Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, July the 27th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room, and thank you, William. You guys can hear me and you can see my screen. All right, what's happening this morning? So, Microsoft released earnings last night after hours. Little pop for Microsoft. I think that's obviously going to help the techs. I think Google also, I think they might have released also. So the market's in for a nice positive open as we speak. Looking at the SPY right now. So certainly Microsoft is not hurting. Look at Sava, guys. I don't know if Zach's in the room, but I think Zach had an all-time hold in this Sava short. I'm kind of kidding, but my goodness, Sava. Of course, this is the Alzheimer play. Now there's a criminal. I don't know if this is new, but the headline: another criminal investigation regarding their findings, and this is to do with Sava, SAVA. Not quite an all-time low now. BWV Alzheimer. Now this is an Alzheimer's play. BWV. BWV is an Alzheimer's play, and I think it is. The reason I think it is because I'm pretty sure that's what showed up in my headlines in IB, but I don't see it now. Yeah, I got it. So I'm not 100% sure now, guys. I'm sorry. BWV, I just can't see that Alzheimer headline that I thought I saw for BWV. You think this is new news? Okay. Somebody in our YouTube room saying this is new news. I mean, Sava's been under investigation for a long time, fudging their findings from way back. But maybe this is the first like bona fide criminal investigation. Tiva. So you look at the news for Tiva and you think, my gosh, that's not going to go to zero. So it's actually bounced a bit. I guess, I mean, they've been in news for a long time regarding opioids and the settlements. I guess this is it. This is the last one, $4.25 billion opioid settlement. I guess this is the last one. So anyway, Tiva has bounced. On that news, I mean, you can look at it two ways. Maybe they thought it was going to be more, or maybe they're thinking, okay, finally the end. Anyway, it is bounced and it's over the 200-day moving average. If you look at the 200-day, excuse me, it's 855. Must have been guidance. It was guidance, William. Definitely was guidance. Q4 guidance is they're really predicting good stuff. Yeah, thanks, Ken. I must have just written this down wrong. I know I scratched down Alzheimer's in my notes for BWV. I must have written it down wrong. FXLV has got down. I don't see any news on it other than the fact that Baird has downgraded them from 12 down to $2. This is an all-time low now. There's got to be another reason, but I just don't see it. Sorry, I just don't see it in my headlines. And our super interesting and active trader from yesterday, PGY, is up today again. 2170, yeah, man, 2170 hit yesterday. I'm sorry, BZN, PZN, I'm sorry. PZN is up, but they're going private, so forget about them, PZN. LEGN. So they've gapped up, they're raising $350 million. And maybe maybe they were doing that yesterday, but the market's reacting okay now. Little pop up on that news. CCJ, the uranium play out of Canada. I think it might be the world leader in uranium production. I may be wrong. Anyway, CCJ earnings play. Garmin. I looked at their share price and I thought, man, why are they so high still? But anyway, obviously they do other things other than GPS, etc. So Garmin, but they're down on earnings. They are down on earnings. But when I looked at the share price, $96, I thought this was, I said this probably a few years ago when they released earnings. And then somebody said, well, yeah, but they're in a lot of other things too. So not just GPS. Spotify is a gap up. Spotify on earnings. Spotify gap up on earnings. Wow. During the pandemic, I guess this was up to $300. Really? ACHR was popping in just as I was opening the room. ACHR. And the only thing I can see is Raymond James putting a price target of $8 on them. I don't see any other news. Raymond James initiates coverage with a price target of $8. Archer selects Honeywell for supply of actuators, but I don't see any specific news for them other than that price upgrade or initiating coverage with a price target of 8 for ACHR. Sherwin Williams. Sherwin. Man, I'm something's going on with my brain this morning. Schwab. I could have sworn I saw Sherwin Williams also, but anyway, Schwab. Yeah, I've written this down wrong. I know it was Sherwin Williams having earnings. Let me just type it in. There we go. I just wrote it down wrong. So it's SHW. Sherwin Williams is an earnings play, gapping down on earnings. That's a big gap down on earnings for Sherwin Williams, SHW. Well, that Sava pump wasn't even a few years ago, Blue. It was, I mean, that was last November when this got up to $100. That was last November. It's less than a year ago. Now maybe they did a pump earlier than that, years before that, but that was what got this really rolling. So I'm very, very positive looking Alzheimer's results. But and all sorts of agencies around the world and really, really called into question their findings and basically accusing them of fraud. And then they come out and defend it. Just when you thought it was all over, the company would come out and defend it or find some hack that would defend it for them, some scientist. It's possible, blue collar, that they did something 2 or 3 years ago too, but this is the one that I remember, of course. This is back in November of last year. Let's see what else is happening here. Okay, TBLT is moving down now. Excuse me. My gap up and my gap down. So I have this text to voice. So I hear her read out the symbol on these two. And again, you can have, this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down and gap up and down. You can have those. Just go to my home page. Go to my home page and the scan section, and you'll see them there. Estig was pretty active a few days ago. 2 days ago, got up to 375, pulled all the way back down to 297s. Fell the last 2 days, having a little bit of a pop. It's a Bitcoin play. What is Bitcoin doing right now? All right, so BITO, Bitcoin ETF, a little bit of a pop. You see where Matthew sold a bunch of 1.4 million shares of Coinbase. Ooh, guys, BGY. Ooh, look at this. I think, yeah, you just, somebody just mentioned it. PJ just mentioned it again. And we're almost at the yesterday's high now. 21, well, not quite, but 21.56, about a dollar 20 away, $1.30 away. I think it's going to blow right through that now. No, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. I don't know if it's going to blow right through that. Okay. I don't want people to misconstrue what I'm saying. Therefore, he said it's going to get through 21.56. So therefore, I should buy it. All right, guys, I'm going to take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Well, we've maybe turned the corner, guys. For the first time in weeks, we have more upgrades and downgrades. I'm saying that's weeks. A couple of upgrades for Newmont Gold, NEM. Even Carvana is getting an upgrade. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com this morning. And let's get the downgrades in. Not too many. Deutsche Bank is downgrading McDonald's. I think McDonald's has earnings soon. Oh, they had earnings. Okay, they had earnings already on the 26th. Okay, they had earnings yesterday. Didn't see that. All right, give me one moment, guys. All right, guys, I'm back. So let's see if anything else is sneaking in here. See, PayPal, didn't PayPal have some kind of an Elliott that didn't get involved with PayPal? Big hedge fund. PayPal rises pre-market on news of Elliott stake, PayPal, PYPL. That's a big pop. Yeah, 7.5% on that news regarding PayPal. So monkeypox, let's take a look at the at SIGA. SIGA's weakening a bit here. Excuse me, down 38 cents. Stick an alert at the high, 1788. And then we have, of course, GovX. So slightly, actually, that's a pretty big sell-off, 247 down to 177. That's a pretty big percentage move down. Early start compared to YUL. Don't understand that. And good morning, by the way. I'm in the West Coast, so I don't know where you are. Maybe it's maybe you're even earlier time zone than that. So you're easy. You're I was salivate for being in the Eastern time zone. Anyway, bonjour. And comment ça va? All right, VNet. Let's take a look at VNet. VNet actually is it's actually a nice move for VNet too, guys. VNet. See if there's any news on that record. Possible rival. So this is a possible rival takeover offer. Okay. Wow, look at AUPH getting hammered down here. This actually showed up on Zach's bounce scan yesterday. Bounced for a bit, and then it pulled right back down. Excuse me. Not quite an all-time low. I don't know where the all-time lows are. Have to back this monthly chart out quite a bit, I guess. Anyway, I mean, this AUPH is just getting knocked. See if there's any specific news. I see a downgrade. Yeah, I see a downgrade with a target of 15.5. A little late, guys. Bloom Burton and Co. A little bit late. Oh, wait a minute now. I don't understand. What a misleading headline. They downgraded this to accumulate and a target of $15.5. Let me make sure that is today. That is today, July 27th. A little bit late. Okay, thank you, William. Dave on watch. Okay, let's take a look at Dave. Oh, Zach. 87 cents. Okay. Can somebody, the only reason I say this, when I type in AEMD, monkeypox headline came up. And I don't know why. I don't see that it has anything to do with monkeypox, AEMD. I mean, if it does, it's only got 15 million in the float. But when I type in AEMD, I get headlines about monkeypox. Yeah, I remember when Dave was hot. It was a spin-off from somebody, right? All right, guys, let's take a look at the sector. So I saw oil was up just a little bit today. So let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. And I got that if you click on new from the toolbar, then channel bar, and then sector status. And so So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. And as, with the market being up, most of the sectors are going to be up. So what you're seeing here, so for instance, XLE, that's the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. And so when it says, usually it's all or nothing, but not quite today. So about 81% are above yesterday's close. Okay, 81%. Technology, 90% are above yesterday's close. So a strong sector so far, obviously led by Microsoft and even PayPal with that Elliott investment, I guess. So we're in for a nice positive open. Of course, this can all turn around when the market opens. If I can remember, around 10 o'clock, I'll take a look at this on the change from the open. Okay, once the market opens, and then to see how stocks are reacting to their opening price. Okay, so, excuse me, the SIGA CEO is going to appear on Benzinga's live YouTube at 11:05 Eastern. Okay, so the SIGA CEO is going to be on Benzinga's live YouTube at 11:05 Eastern. So if somebody jots that down, because I know I'm going to forget. 11:05 SIGA. I'll jot it down, but with all I'm doing, I just may forget. And that is 8:05 my time. Okay. So yeah, so keep an eye on SIGA, at about 11 o'clock, just before, and just see what action it's got. The SIGA, S-I-G-A, the SIGA CEO is going to be on Benzinga's live YouTube TV at 11:05 Eastern. Dwayne, okay? Oh, you said that at 9:01. Okay, thank you. I didn't see that. I'm just seeing that now. Look what else is starting to move again. Just a minute, guys. Morning, Aaron. And anybody else on YouTube? AERC starting to move again, guys. See if there's any news. Deploy Safe Air technology at notable hospital and club spaces through a partnership with Florida chapter of Club Management Association of America. All right. Excuse me. So actually it is something called notable hospital. It's not a notable hospital. Okay, so AERC moving on that news. And this appears to be a legitimate company. I mean, they did get FDA approval for their device way back here. How to put a flag in an S window in a single stock window? I don't know what you mean, Aaron. A flag? Oh, you mean the company flag? Oh, I see. I mean if you don't have that, then you must be on an extremely early edition of Trade Ideas. Okay, because that's been there forever. Not forever, but probably for a year now. So make sure you might have to go to our website and download the latest. I would download the latest beta, okay? Because it's not an option, it just appears. The question in the YouTube room was, how do you get the company or the country flag in the single stock window? If you clicked on help and about, it'll tell you what your version is. You should be on 5.5.96 now. So if you're probably way before that. Hey, look what's bouncing here, guys. Pins. They have earnings next week. Pins. Of course, Pins got hammered down with Snap last week. So I'm just trying to see if there's any specific reason. No specific reason. I think even Snap is trying to get back over 10. It's close to 10. And 976, it got up to almost 10 this morning. Logitech. Is this an earnings play? No, it isn't. Well, this is a pretty big move down for that size of float for LOGI. Okay, here we go. Price target cut to $45 from 53 by Morgan Stanley. Then, of course, we see Citigroup is cutting it to $70 from 80. DraftKings, DKNG is starting to move here. Oh, look at DraftKings starting to move. Not an earnings play. So was the high yesterday was 13.16. So it's close to that high. If it gets to that high, 13.72 looking left would be the next high. So DraftKings is starting to move a little bit. DKNG. You know, Mookie, it's funny when you said apple dumping a little bit here, I read that apple dumpling. I thought you're trying to be funny. Already a minute. Okay, thank you, William. All right, everybody, less than a minute to go before the market opens. And as always, I will be following my races 99% of the time. This scan right here. I do have some other scans that do not give me very many alerts all day long, but I'm going to be completely engaged with my race scan all day long. And if you're new to this, I'll explain why as we get more into the market, as some stocks start to win a race. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, making maybe an exception if something extraordinary is happening in a race. But and the other one I'll make an exception for sometimes is in the 10-day daily breakdown if I get an alert and it's also at an all-time low. Those are the only two. So here we go, guys. We're now open. All right, so what's the market doing? So the Dow's up, Nas is up, SPY is up. Here's that first, let's see if that first 15-minute candle can kind of lead the way if you're looking to go long. And of course, FOMC is at 2 o'clock today. All right, there's BWV making a new high here. Okay, guys, PGY is back over 20, PGY over 20. Now, again, this is a very, very whippy stock. And, if you traded this before, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So if you're new to trading, I would probably shy away from it, but BWV is ripping here, guys, right from the get-go. Okay, Sava. Sava just showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown, but it is certainly not an all-time low. All right, PGY now over 21. Holy smokes, guys. Okay, PGY, PGY, PGY. Be careful. That's all I can say. Be careful. Wow. Oh, brother. Okay, guys. Well, I had one plan on that, and that, it's very risky. Okay, but I have to mention it, but it is very risky. And the plan was on that break over number one, I wanted to know over the 20, and then I wanted to know over the high of yesterday. Somebody asked yesterday, came in late into the room, did PGY, did it show up on your races and did it win any? I think it won about 18 at that point. So the answer was yes. Just be careful. Now, BWV, let's take a look left on this one. Also, 397 and 409. So let's put an alert just over 4. Okay, for BWV, see if it takes out 4. And this is a low float, 4 million in the float. Okay, so there's a reason. Remember I was saying how I don't like to take stocks in the first 15 minutes. I do make exceptions depending on what's happening in the race. But look at the Sava, 1397 was not an all-time low though. So I did not take it. Had it been an all-time low, I probably would have taken it. Meanwhile, NYCB is starting to move. NYCB is starting to move. And okay, it's an earnings play. Didn't see this one in the pre-market. Really didn't do too much in the pre-market. But NCYB is an earnings play. Okay, now GovX, monkeypox, GovX. All right, well, look at this, Shopify. So they actually, they released earnings no, this morning, I guess. Got hammered down yesterday. I thought it was an earnings play yesterday, but I guess it wasn't. Anyway, look at this. What a nice recovery for Shopify. Actually gone positive now. That's quite the move off the bottom. 29 looks like around the bottom, so it's about a $3.60 move off the bottom of this morning. NYCB, guys. NYCB on the move here. Now, I hope everybody watching PGY, okay? PGY now just got halted on the way down. When I say watching it, If you took this, I traded this out. It cannot be trusted to do, it has these insane moves. So, I mean, this went from 23 down to 1950 and it's halted on the way down now. Well, let's put an alert for Sava underneath 14 and see if it takes out 14 again. I'm going to put it around 1382. The pre-market low for Sava was down here. I had no idea it was this low, down on around $11 pre-market low for Sava. This one is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. BWV not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Looks like it's really stalling here. But it is a low float. Oh, it's an earnings play. It's an earnings play. I don't know why I have written the Alzheimer beside it. Okay, this is an earnings play. Cryptide must be a all right, so this is a crypto play. I mean, they do a lot of things, but they do mention crypto, blockchain, etc. Cryptide, and this is starting to move here. This is another earnings play. Little guy with earnings, TYDE, and probably a low float. I have no idea what the float is. Our provider has no float information. The next high looking left looks like around 111, so it's there. And then 109, and then 113, 124. Yeah, I mean, if it gets going here, guys, I mean, this has a shot with that. Anybody know what the float? If you go to another website, maybe find the float. But because this is so new, and I don't think that, I mean, I don't know. I don't think this was an IPO. It's probably a name change or a symbol name change. Maybe it was an IPO. I don't remember it being an IPO, TYDE. All right, BWV now is at 4, right at 4. So this is an earnings play. 4 million in the float, 28 million have traded already. So 7 times the float. Thank you, Rob. Tide was a spinoff from BBIG. Thank you very much. And John, thank you, both of you. Yeah, I do see SIGA's having a pop off the bottom here. SIGA, SIGA. Whoa, look at this big, nice green bar on the SPY to open up. That's that first 15-minute green candle so far for the SPY. Yeah, let's see where this is going to open. PGY. Yeah, not a good looking open so far. 1871, 1871. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. And we just opened, I think. Yeah, so PGY just opened. So what was it? Halted at 1859. So 1859. So it's actually, popping a little, well, it's sort of at the halt price, right around that halt price, 1859. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with Trade Ideas. All right, let's see what's happening now with some of these races, early races here. So GovX. GovX had a big move up to almost 250 yesterday. It's still now it has to recontend with that 200-day moving average. Yesterday it just blew right through it, didn't stop it at all. But the 200-day moving average is at 226. Yeah, it's happening without me so far. SIGA's happening without me. Yeah, Carvana had an upgrade this morning, I noticed, CVNA. Is it next? It is next. I think next. Yeah, actually interesting. What's the next high looking left? 972. So what I'm looking for right now in my race scan is, once we build up, once we get maybe 45 minutes in, we're going to start to see several stocks probably winning races, and obviously follow those all day long. Whoa! Oh, sorry. There's another one that went down that I thought was, look at, no, PGY. Yeah, PGY starting to give it up. I thought that was a SIGA chart when I looked at it, but it's not. So I'm going to stick an alert around just over 20 for PGY and see if it retakes 20 later on. Actually, a nice alert from the AI on Coop. How many shares? It's an earnings play. Mr. Cooper Group. Coop. Haven't seen this one for a while. All right, this NYCB is still moving here, guys. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 1072. Is that right? Yeah, this is interesting. Yeah, this is an interesting one. It's an earnings play. Okay, NYCB, interesting one. The next high again is 1072 on the weekly chart. It's taken out the last 2 months. And that 1082 is 3 months ago. So this has got some room to run. It is an earnings play, not a low float. They don't all have to be low float. People ask, do I only look at low floats? It's not that I have a filter that prevents me from seeing something with a high float, but typically things that are moving, are generally speaking a lower float. No, that tide kept going, guys. TYD, I did not take it. TYDE, it kept going. What's interesting to me is, in this in the race, you start seeing some names that we've seen over the past few weeks all of a sudden emerging again, like EOSE. Haven't seen this one for a while. I remember this, well, for a while, like it was 4 or 5 days. I remember this, this actually started back here on the 7th of July. It had the nice move, a little pause, then it got up to 309, came back, but now it's starting to move. So it's interesting when they show up here, it's like, you've forgotten about them, but now they're starting to move again. Wow. Well, I did not take TYDE, but hopefully maybe some of you did as I was mentioning it. Look at this, TYDE. I did not take this one. Oh man. Yeah, the last thing I remember about this, I asked somebody, anybody can find out what the float is on this. Well, that's too bad. Yeah, there are no shorts available, but I wonder what the float is. And now it's just been halted. Sugar. All right, VNet is showing up in your topping tail scan. As you know, Zach, VNet, lots of shares available at Interactive Brokers anyway. Wow, SIGA. Well, SIGA was moving, but it ain't moving now. Or it is, but it's moving down. As is GovX. Oh, yeah, you're right. VNet shares up 12%. Bloomberg reporting MBK Partners is considering making a bid for the company. Okay. So that is the reason for VNet's little surge up. What's the high they made in the pre-market? Getting close, 555. Okay, so that first 15-minute candle on the SPY, nice big green candle. Remember FOMC at 2 o'clock today. Will they do a 1 point or stick at 75 or 100 or they stick at 75? That is the question. Oh, great. NYCB on the move. You take this one, guys. Sorry, I should have mentioned it. This is what got me distracted with the tide. So NYCB, I was saying that this has a shot to the 1173 mark. I'm sorry, 1173 or 1073? Yeah, 1072. Sorry, 1072 on the weekly chart. And this is so it's a big float. I don't anticipate too much out of it, but it is something that I'm in right now, NYCB. And just to let you know, 10-day daily breakout at 10. I did not get it at 10, but that was in the 10-day daily breakout. AEMD. Again, every time I click on AEMD and I'm looking at my headlines in Interactive Brokers, and I just get a bunch of monkeypox headlines. This is what I'm seeing. So I click on AEMD, and this is what I'm getting as a headline. I do see related tickers, AEMD. I just don't see that it has said anything about monkeypox. Yeah, bye, Mike. I'm an idiot in YouTube. Invis has a 20 million float for Tide. Okay. Okay, guys, PGY, I don't think it's dead. It's starting to come back here. But again, if you're going to take this one, please be awfully careful. I mean, look what happened. Got halted on the way down. It got up to 2306, all the way down to 1790. I mean, those are big moves. CCJ is an earnings play. The uranium play out of Canada. Saskatchewan. I think it's in Saskatoon. Yeah, Saskatoon. Yeah, I mean, look, CCJ's got room. It has room. 24.32 is then, so the next high looking left is 25.90. I'm afraid to look at Tide. Just emerged out of its halt. So it got halted at 144, 155, and just absolutely ripping now. Oh man, huge miss by me on this one. Paying attention to that stupid NYCV. Man. But won 3 races so far. So this should be watched all day. Let's see if we get some kind of a pullback. Volume 5.9 million. Somebody said 20 million in the float. Okay, so not a high float. It is an earnings play. All right, HKD, this crazy one from a couple of days ago, a few days ago, popped up to 62, came right back down, and is now halted. HKD. It sort of traded with HKD, this AMTD, and it moved down also, not halted. So implied shares outstanding. So the float maybe only about 6 for Tide. Okay. Yeah. Shoot. Yeah. No shares, no shorts for us at Interactive Brokers. You could just sort of see. I mean, it just struggling to get through 4. You look left, you see all that action right around 4. You know, it just struggled to get through. It would have been an awesome short. Just no shorts available for those of us at Interactive Brokers. Now, I don't think I've ever heard of this company at all. ZWS. This is from Zach's Bounce Plays. Well, 2707 on the bounce, on the alert. It must be an earnings play. It is not an earnings play. According to our provider, is that the 6th? Ah, man, I can't tell if that's a 6 or an 8 price. You know what I'm going to do? Oh, so that's the 6. Okay, so that is a 6. So they had earnings on the 26th, according to us anyway. It's a big gap down. Hardly any action in the pre-market, and look at this gap down, 14%. Not a huge float, not low, but it's not a crazy high float. So this is, are you playing this for the bounce, William? ZWS 2707 was the alert. Too thin. But it's earnings a couple of days ago. It is not today. According to us, I don't see that it had earnings. Had earnings on the 26th for sure. I'm looking at the headlines now. Today's the 27th. Why am I saying the 28th? Yeah, it is I don't know why I'm thinking. I know why. There was one stock I was looking at that has earnings tomorrow. That's right. On the 28th. PGY guys, approaching 20 again. ZWS is a spinoff from RRX. RRX, not sure I know what RRX is either. Okay, guys, it is not over. I mean, this is not over. PGY over 20. Well, I took it, and I'm going to probably, I don't know what I'm doing with this. I'm going to scalp it out, but the ZWS, I haven't taken one of Zach's mount scans for a long time. Looked like it was holding 27 pretty nicely. This is what I'm talking about. Okay, there's Zach's bounce plays from Zach, and here are the topping plays. Two scans I am sharing. Okay, let's take a look at AYLA. I'm surprised you didn't take it. I am surprised you did not take it. Okay, I'm all out of it now, guys. All out of it. This was just going to be a fairly quick trade for me. So that's the ZWS. Big pop from Mara, guys, on the 15-minute. Big pop from Mara. All right, NYCB is sort of wearing me out here. I'm in basically where it is now at 10:08. But I shall hold on to it unless it 10:05 probably gets me out. Take a 3-cent loss. Okay, the tide. Okay, what I'm doing is I'm sticking an alert at the high of the previous 5-minute candle. I'm 164 or so, and see if it regains that. And because the next high, I mean, 2 might be really tough to get through. What did it get up to? Got up to 178. So there's still a little bit of room to that 2 mark for TYDE. And you see how this works now? You see how I would never see this before. I'm going to go over the race scan in more detail in a bit. But before all my scans, every scan that I have is based on the high or the low of the day. So I would not see this unless it took out 179. But I'm seeing it's winning a race right here because of that green candle. Well, guys, at About an hour from now, just give me a moment here. About an hour from now, the CEO for SIGA, SIGA, is going to be on Benzinga Live. Be interesting to see what he says, or she, I'm not sure, he or she says. Because in advance of that, in about an hour from now, again, he'll be on live. What's he going to say? Whoops. Because SIGA is taking a header right now. Okay, guys, I took the tide. I'm in a pretty tight stop. Got in at 161. See what happens. TYDE. Don't worry about what my stop is. Remember, when you get it into a trade, you have to know what your stop is, okay, before you take the trade. You don't listen to me saying, well, the stop should be here. You have to have a plan how you're going to do your stops. I'm almost going to get stopped out, but not quite. Okay, good. Now it's starting to run a bit. Now, I'm looking at this high right here, 177. I mean, this may turn into a very quick trade for me, depending on what it does at that high of the day, 177. Oh man, guys, oh, just as I was saying that, I put in a sell at 171 and I got a fill. 170, 171. So I'm basically out of it now. Didn't make much. Just as I was saying, I was eyeing that 177 mark. So when it got up to what did it get? It got up to 173. And I thought, you know what? You better take some off just in case it cannot break the high of the day. So I'm out of it now. Made a little bit. PZN is a buyout or a merger or a buyout, or if you're wondering, Zach, PZN. So it did have a little pop. At least that's what I had. Or going private. Going private. Here's their news. Management to become private company, shares up 44%. The all-cash transaction will see the company merge with and into a newly formed subsidiary, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, a little pop here. Was that a big pop? 938, 948. Looks, looks pretty dramatic on the 5-minute chart, but it's really not that dramatic, I guess. Boy, timing is everything. I mean, I looked at that tide and then, okay, my always aware where the high of the day is. And it was within 4 cents. So, and tide, I don't think there were any, I think we mentioned this. Who's your broker, legal? No shorts available for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. Now, I'm not going to give up on tide. If at some point it takes out that high of the day. So I'm going to stick an alert at 179. Hawaiian Holdings, Hawaiian Airlines, earnings play, gapping down on earnings now, guys. What is Jets doing? Yeah, for the airline industry, and not doing too much. Hawaiian earnings play today. This is showing up in Zach's bounce scan. Wow, that ZWS, what a great bounce. I'm not, I only got about 40 cents out of it. What a great bounce. Shame on you, William, for not taking that. Well, Sava's had the bounce. It has not had, even though, terrible headline, criminal investigation, etc. So all I've got right now, guys, is my long for NYCB at 10:08. That's it. Nothing exciting really happening there. But as I've said many times, I don't get out of a trade even if it's not working. As long as even if I'm up a penny, I'll hold on. I won't get out of a trade because of boredom, but I won't take a trade out of boredom. The Green Giant, GGE, guys, GGE. Now, again, I can't tell if this was an IPO, a spin-off, a symbol name change. So difficult. I know obviously if I did some research, but I'll let Casa or Cam do that. Let us know about GGE. Was this really an IPO here or a spin-off or a symbol name change? Ah, look left. I like your nickname in YouTube. Look left. Remember, it's patent pending. Yeah, I know what GGE is. I just don't know, if it's truly an IPO, a symbol name change, or a spin-off. Looking at this at 58%, 259. It looks like this is, traded for the first time as GGE here. Low float probably, China stock. Well, I can't say clearly because when I look at the lifetime range, it's 58%, which makes sense. Remember, we've seen some very, very cheap IPOs. You have 5 years of data? Yeah, but for sure that maybe GGE was another company. How can happen. Take a look, to be sure. Let me see how far on the daily chart it goes. Okay, so March 23rd. Take a look on when the next whether a previous trading day was and see if there's a big gap. March 23rd is when it started trading from our perspective as GGE. So as we know, I mean, companies can assume a symbol of a company that is not trading anymore. But I'm not saying that's the case. Be a little bit boring today, guys, I have to admit. A little excitement for me anyway in the PGY at the beginning, but a little bit boring. The tide, the tide is still interesting is if it takes out the high of the day, because looks like it's got a lot of room and it's an earnings play, so it should be active all day. It's not an earnings play. You know what? I'm sorry, guys, but something is. I don't know if I'm seeing things being removed in my headlines from IB or I am imagining it. Well, nice work if I kept it. But what a bounce is right. What a bounce. That's tremendous. So again, even though I am devoted to my race scan, I do have only 2 other alerts. Okay, and they do not give me very many. So for instance, and I don't look at the cues or anything like that. So 1-2 bounce plays, 1-2 topping plays. So 4 total here. And here we have a total of 5. Okay, so I'm not diverted very much from just staring at this at that particular scan, my race scan. But you know, things are a little bit slow here. But one of the great things about this nowhere, something can pop in that you haven't seen before, maybe not seen. I don't mean ever, but maybe not today or maybe for the last little while. And all of a sudden you see it moving up on the leaderboard with a big percentage. And so, you know, you don't have to wait for the for the race to be over. You know, click on it and see what's happening. See, GGE to me now, though, looks like there's a lot of resistance around 3. So that's March 22nd. That's the last time HGSH traded. And there's March 23rd. That's a good spot. So that's what I think. I think you're right, Casa. I think this was HGSH before, and then this became this symbol here. Okay, guys, out of the NYCB. Took about a nickel loss on that one. Okay, and there's your confirmation. Thank you. Now, typically, you know, FOMC days, I mean, yeah, the big guys, you know, if you're trying to trade large cap stocks, the name stocks, they're probably kind of dead. Typically, these smaller ones don't really care, but I'm not seeing, oh, wait a minute, NCMI? National Sin, how's AMC doing? Nothing. I'm just looking at, and what, CNX? Is that another? No. Well, Mara had a bit of a pullback, so maybe you were able to scalp out something there, Zach. But boy, this is still pretty strong, Mara. So the high of yesterday, so it's above that, and then the next high is wow, 12.48. There's $1 to the next high for Mara. Okay, guys, keep an eye on the tide. Okay, so I guess this BBIG had something to do with Tide. Maybe Tide was a spinoff from it. Is that what this is all about? It is a bit of a yawner, yeah, a bit of a yawner. But you know what? Out of nowhere, something interesting can happen. Oh man, the best one was this bounce play, ZWS 2707, and relatively calm also. 2707 was the alert. It held 27. And we've had two 15-minute candles now. But look, more important, look at the 5-minute chart for ZWS. I mean, how orderly this has been. No big red candle to knock you out of the trade. I only got out because, honestly, I don't really have a good reason. I think it was because William didn't take it. So I'm going to blame William for my skittishness on that one. All right, guys, SIGA making another move again. SIGA over 17. SIGA making another move over 17. So that's put on about $1 since the low. And their CEO is going to be on Benzinga in about 45 minutes from now. Okay, so nope. It's got an interesting. I've seen the previews for it. Opens to $44 million, biggest original debut of pandemic film era. And why I'm seeing that is because when I click on NCMI, of course, it's a theater chain. So that's, in theory, the reason, but I'm not seeing AMC move. So unless it's in their chain, Nope is in their chain and not in AMC's chain. I don't know. I don't have the definitive answer to that. Bark, bark, guys. What's the high over here? 136. So it's at that high yesterday. The next high is 139. After that, 151. Again, to me, there's just too much resistance, in the near term. It's not a crazy low float. So 76 million. So even though it's showing up here, because what I'm really trying to show is that just because something, is moving up on the leaderboard, doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. You've got to do some analysis. That's why I have this daily and the weekly and the monthly charts up, just to see what's happening. Where could it go to? I mean, Tide is still winning races here. So no bounce for Hawaiian. I want to say Hawaiian Airlines, but Hawaiian Holdings yet. No bounce, HA. Yeah, the whole market, even these little guys, they seem to just be taking a bit of a rest. There's no huge follow through so far, the ones that I'm seeing anyway. So my advice is don't try to push a trade just because you know, out of boredom. See, what I'd rather see and some of these ones that are moving up the leaderboard are things near the high of the day that are starting to move rather than these pullback plays right now. I'm just not seeing, don't have the confidence in these pullback plays today anyway. Gotta get my magnifying glass out. So, okay, that looks like a 6 now for Vista, VIST. So that was an earnings play after hours yesterday. Not an 8. Well, this is about the slowest first hour I've seen for a while. So probably as good a time as any to welcome people to the room, etc. Talk a little bit about my homepage. Before I do that, okay, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. I don't get live on the mic until 9, okay? But I opened the room. It was a little bit late this morning. Usually it's well before 8 o'clock, but I was a little bit late this morning. And again, I share my screen. I'm live on the mic, and my name is Barry Anderson. And yes, I do work for Trade Ideas. So I put a link called Test Drive into both rooms. So if you click on the Test Drive link, this is what you're going to see. So we do not have free trials, but this is about as close as you're going to get. So for $11.11, it starts on the 15th of August, okay? And it goes to the 29th. That is 10 trading days. And what it means is you'll have access to the full premium service except no auto trading, okay? No auto trading, but everything else. If you sign up today, you're pre-registering, okay? So don't harass our support people saying, hey, I just signed up, where's my data? Please read it. It doesn't start till the 15th. It's a set time. So for instance, if you can only start on the 16th, you're not gonna get 10 days, you'll get 9 days. Okay, so it is between the 15th and the 29th. If you can take advantage of all those days, then you'll get 10 trading days, okay? When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything, and we do not put you into a subscription, okay? So great opportunity to try us out. And we do this about 4 times a year. You can do the test drive as many times as you want, Jim. So the answer is yes. You can sign up again for it. Yes. Yeah, you know what? I mean, the whole idea of the test drive, you got to get comfortable with the program. Got to be for you. So the test drive is, and listen, you're not going to learn everything about trade ideas. And I'm not talking to you specifically, Jim, but you're not going to learn everything about trade ideas in 10 days, 2 weeks, right? But it gives you a taste of what it's all about. And if it makes sense to you, you can still keep coming into the room. The room is free. We've got all sorts of support, and you can still have time, make up your mind if you want to take out a subscription. You have to be comfortable with the program. All right, I just put in my homepage link. Now, if you want to take out a subscription right now, can't wait, then here's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. You click on Get Trade Ideas, and you'll see there are 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly, premium, standard. Premium annual is $2,000, standard annual is $1,000, less the 15%. The big difference is the AI had a good opening, 44.82. And this got a dollar above it. So, I mean, I've got to manage your trade. So actually it did exit at 45.45 from 44.82. Anyway, I'll go over the AI in a bit, but that is the big difference between premium and standard. But I'm telling you, our standard product is really good. What I demonstrate basically is the standard product. What I would do is start off with a monthly though. Do not take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want the product. Why? You've got to read the terms and conditions of a refund. Some people have it for a couple of months and say, you know what, I'm just not trading as much anymore, or I don't like it. You're not going to get a refund. So make sure you want the program. So you can always start off with a monthly. Standard is $118, premium is $228. We'll give you the 15% discount on the first month only. And if you maintain a monthly subscription, that's what you'd pay going forward. At any point though, if you say, you know what, yeah, I'm convinced, and you want to take on an annual, then we'll honor the 15%. Obviously, taking out an annual, you'll get a bigger overall discount on a month-to-month basis. That's the reason. But you don't have to. So if you do take out a subscription, mandatory. Let's get started, okay? Mandatory that you do this. I'll have no patience for people coming in and saying, hey, I don't know what an alert window is. I don't know what a top list window is. That means you have not done this, okay? It'll take you 30 minutes. It'll start off with a download and installation, the first startup and login, toolbar and right-click magic, etc., okay? So it'll take you 30 minutes to, understand what some of the basic features of Trade Ideas is or are. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. This is free. You can sign up for it right there. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's trade of the week, I think, got stopped out. Not sure. I'll have to check. And the education. So big education section right here. So let's say you did do, you can go to the user guide. So you should have already done the getting started. Now you want a lot more information about the alert windows, top list windows, and the stock race. I concentrate on these. I like to see, multi-strategy windows are fine. I wouldn't concentrate on that really. A single stock window, I think that's a good thing to have in your layouts. And of course, we have other, but get these down first. Understand what an alert window is. Understand what a top list window is, and understand what the racing is all about. You don't have to learn everything all at once, okay? But the guide is great. Daily support. Today's Wednesday, so it should be Jamie. Jamie should be in our YouTube room. So I take a break between 12 and 1. And one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And today being Wednesday, it should be Jamie. I'll confirm that. I will put the YouTube link in before I do take my break. We have 5 different traders who take over the YouTube room between 12 and 1, different trading styles. I'm the active trader of the group. The other ones are more swing trading, though they've done a lot more active trading because swing trading is pretty tough in this environment. Also, Chris Farley, Trade Ideas, takes over YouTube between 3:30 and 4:30 between Monday and Friday. So because I close the main room down at 3:30, you can always head over to YouTube at 3:30 to 4:30 and listen to Chris. And daily webinars, there's not one today. We're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation this week. Next week, it's Monday, Wednesday. You can sign up for them all right there. And back to basics. If you're new to trading is not easy. You've got to have some of the basics down. So this is a great little introduction to trading, or to, yeah, well, not trading. I mean, it starts off with what is a stock, introduction to charts, candlesticks, support and resistance. Okay, free. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas did this, and this is not a third party. So you're not going to get inundated with third party emails. This is all free. You've got to spend some time. And last, if you want my scans, this is the scan section. You hear me talk, of course, about the race mode all day long. That is the scan right here, and I'm sharing it. You hear me talk about Zach's bouncers and toppers. That's where we saw the ZYS. You'll also hear me talk about the 10-day daily breakout and down. Again, not too many alerts. So my focus is always on the race mode. And this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down, and also this gap up and down. You know, this stops. I put a time on it so it'll stop at 9:30. But this is what I use in the pre-market, these 4 scans. So I have a lot of information on my homepage. Save my link. Then you can take a look at the education, my scans, and of course, the Let's Get Started anytime you want. No idea what you mean, Gabby. You're just playing around there? Do we get to try the new Daytona 500? No idea what you mean. This is in our YouTube room. Yeah, that's why we have these tabs. And, you know, if you're new to the room, very few rules, really. We don't talk about how much money we make, how many shares we take, and all that nonsense. Okay. I have two tabs that are probably the most popular. Stocks only is just for stocks only. So you want to talk about a specific stock, not the market in general or anything else. Specific stock. And then most things are going to be off topic if you're going to, you know, talk about the market in general. And then we do have a swing trading tab, though I see it seems to be turning to more of an off topic. I wish you guys would maybe talk more about swings trading, you know, specific stocks, but I mean, that's up to you. Oh, I see. Guys, ALVR is showing up right here. ALVR popping up. Look at it now. See, this came into the race kind of out of nowhere. ALVR. Well, okay, so now I see what you're talking about. So the race cars in the race, if you still have race cars instead of symbols, a couple things, and I'm going to go over this. First of all, we're getting rid of the race cars. Number one, no more race cars. It'll only be symbols. So if you don't have the option, fairly low float, 29 million in the float. I know I'm being diverted right here. These are news. $126 million. So they're raising $126 million, and the stock is surging on that news. All right, so the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Wow, for 851. 851 is the next high on the weekly chart. Yeah, I will answer you, Gabby. I will answer you in terms of the racing. Just give me a moment here. Just watching this, what it's doing at that 6 level for ALVR. Okay, well, let me continue as I'm watching to see if this takes out this 6 level for ALVR. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. So I'm sharing a lot of my scans, keeping an eye on the ALVR. If you click on New from our toolbar and then click on Dock Channel Bar, you will see here there are a lot of theme-based channels, okay? One of them is the Explosive Winners channel. You can click on that, and this is what my race is based on. The race I'm using is based on this particular one. I've adjusted it a little bit, higher minimum volume, different price range. But if you like this race the way it is, you can always save this, right click, duplicate into a free floating window. And that's what happens. Basically, when you do that, it takes it out of the layout. And now it's free floating. Now you can save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, and click on save. Now it's in your cloud. Just give me a moment here. Okay, trying to manage this one now, guys. I'm going to have to take a break in my spiel. Watching, seeing we get the big pop, bigger for ALVR. Just give me a moment here, guys. I'm in around 607, so I just don't want to see it break down below 6. Had a little scalp in it. I was looking for maybe a little bit more, just because of the room it's got. If you look at the weekly chart, again, when I say this, I'm not saying it's getting to 851, but that's what we like to see. I like to see anyway. All right. Understand again, this room, I don't tell anybody what to buy or sell. We've got a good collection of traders in here, of course, but you heard me. I said I'm looking for a 6 break. So I'm not going to say, guys, you should take this on a 6 break. I've already traded some out, guys. I'll hold on to some to see if it really has the crazy move. And this is kind of what I'm talking about, the racing. I mean, this came kind of out of nowhere. I haven't seen ALVR probably in a long time. It wasn't showing up early on, and all of a sudden, you just saw it moving up the leaderboard. You've got to click on it and see what's happening. All right, guys, I'm out of it completely now. I'm out of it completely. I'm going to move on. Not bad. So you guys that want to short it, go ahead. Look at the market now, taking a bit of a downturn. All right, guys, so let me continue. Going to the doc channel bar, I mentioned that these are all theme-based channels. So if I click now on the momentum channel, all I'm trying to show you here is that these are theme-based channels. We have a lot of scans that we've created that you might like. So if I click on the momentum channel, there's ALVR right there. Now you might say, well, wait a minute, how come it's showing 633? When you load a channel, or if you have an alert window that you load right now from the cloud, it's probably going to show you the last alert that happened. Okay, so yes, at 10:42, it was at 633 and a new high. So if you like this if you like this idea of this scan, and what you can do with my scans and any other scan that you see, if you right click and click on configure and then summary, this is going to show you what the scan is looking for. So if the stock is between, in this particular scan, if the stock is between 1 and 50 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading 3 times normal up to this point of the day, and 100,000 shares, etc. Okay, these are the filters that are in place. All of these filters criteria have to be met. If they are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's what Trade Ideas is really good at, creating what we call an event. And then you have a trigger in this particular case. And you'll see, I'm going to show you there are lots of different triggers you can have, real-time alert triggers. In this particular case, though, you get a trigger if the stock makes a new high for the day. So if ALVR all of a sudden pops back up, gets to 634, you'd see another alert, as an example. So if you like this scan the way it is, then you'll right click, duplicate it into the free floating window to take it out of the layout, and then save it to your cloud. But you can always make an alteration if you want. For instance, you may not like this price range, and of course this goes with my scans. If you don't like this price range between 1 and 50, maybe you like it between 10 and 100. Excuse me. I'll click OK. And you see how it's changed to 10 and 100. I click OK again. So you've modified the scan, maybe to your style of trading. Maybe you want a different minimum volume. When you get used to using Trade Ideas, maybe you want to add a filter that, I'm going to go over some of the filters that we've got. You might want to add a filter in, take one out, it's up to you. But all I'm really trying to show you is that we have created scans for you. You can modify them, of course, and then you right click, duplicate into a free floating window. And again, this is free floating. Now you can save it to the cloud. So the exercise really then is to go through the different channels, start maybe extracting some scans that look interesting to you, saving them to the cloud. Look at Siga going now, guys, ahead of that CEO on Benzinga. And look at PGY, guys. PGY now is over 20, approaching 21. So again, I'm not trying to, instruct people how to use Trade Ideas from scratch or anything like that. This is kind of an overview. You have to do a little bit of work on your own. The getting started is going to help a lot. The getting started 30-minute video, the 10 videos. Go to the user guide. It's a software program. There is a learning curve. Well, PGY guys, didn't think this was going to be over and done with. All right, so if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. I'm going to show you this one. This is this particular, and I'm sharing this. If I right click, configure, And now instead of clicking on summary, I'm going to click on search. These are all the real-time alerts that we have, okay? Right at the top, the new high and the new low. These are, so again, as I showed you before, you want to see stocks making new highs of the day or new lows for the day with some filters. And why you want to have filters, you just don't want to you just don't want to see all the stocks making new highs or new lows for the day. You'd be inundated probably with thousands of stocks all day long. So that'd be crazy. That's why you have filters. So when you see these icons, these are the real-time alert icons. And then if I scroll down, when I see these icons, these are our filters. So don't get hung up on how many we have. You do not have to learn them all. We have so many because when the company started in 2003, we thought that most people do not want to have to learn a programming language in order to build their scans. So they created what they felt were enough alerts and filters to satisfy the majority of our customers with all the different types of trading styles that we have out there. Okay. But don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. So if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. Okay, let's talk about racing, guys. So I really encourage you to go to the user guide, go to the TI stock. It says one of the sections, TI stock racing. Okay. I'm going to go over this a little bit, but you have a great reference in our user guide, because you're going to forget some of the things I'm saying. So the whole concept of the races, it always starts from a top list window. Okay. The top list windows in the past, they were pretty good. They were very good if you wanted to see the stocks that were up the most for the day, or down the most for the day, or the highest relative volume for the day, or up, change from the close from the day or open from the day, things like that. You could sort on the different column headers that you had, and you could find those ones. So these are, but Tide, for instance, right now, I've sorted on the change from the open percent. It is the leader right now at 47%. It's 47% above its open, but it's not making a new high of the day, obviously, because it's at 135, and we know it was at 177 before. So, which is okay. I mean, if you just want to see the stocks that are, up the most, either from the close or the open or the biggest change in 15 minutes, etc. But all these different column hitters that you can have. Problem is, I mean, it's great, to have a ranking to be able to rank stocks like that. But what do you do with this information now? I mean, that's really, what do you do with it? Because you cannot tell by looking at this if Tide is moving. You can't tell really if ALVR is moving. You can't tell if any one of these is really moving. That's what the race does. And it doesn't have to be moving at making a new high, but something like, here's phase. I'll just look at phase and see what it's doing. And listen, today is a bit of a choppy day, but what was happening with phase, if you look at this 5-minute chart, at one point it was up to 13 something. It's pulled back now. This is a bit of a choppy day, but this is telling you, as a stock starts moving up on the leaderboard, what is sort of winning the race. Now, what is a race? Well, every stock starts off, my races are every 4 minutes. That's what I've done. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. So you take a top list window, and I'm using the biggest gainers from the open percent. It seems that, for us, if you're into active trading, looking for stocks like this, I think this is probably as good a one as you can have. But of course, you can create your own top list window and run races on it. Ooh, look at VRAX now, guys. This is another monkeypox play. Look at it go. Very, very risky. Okay, extremely risky, this one, in terms of how whippy it is. 5 million in the float. Okay. As we're getting closer and closer to 11:05, where the CEO from SIGA is going to be on Benzinga. You can see there's sort of a little action ahead of it. So to launch a race, right click on your top list window, and now you'll see how what the setup is like. So I'm sticking with 10 race lanes. I don't think I need to see more than 10 at a time. Okay, 10 symbols at a time. Minutes to run. This is up to you. Okay, I'm choosing to run a race every 4 minutes, so it means a race will happen for 4 minutes, and then when I check auto rerun, another one will start right after the race is over. I'm sorting on based on, sorry, not sort on, based on the change from, you'll notice when I click on that little down arrow, all of these options are from the headers. So people have said to me, well, I'd love to run my top list on the change from the open, but I don't see it. That's because you don't have it as a header. You have to add it, as a header. Just do, your search and all that and add it as a column, and then it'll show up. Then you can run the race on it if that's what you want to do. So I'm going to run the race on the change from the open. Sort on until further notice. Always use delta value. That'll cause the stocks that are winning to move up on the leaderboard. You'll see them if you use this sort on delta value. Replace cars. Again, something that might be down that you won't see and starting to move up, it'll replace the cars. Show company logo. So if you don't see that, so this is maybe for you, Gabby. I'm sorry, I know it took a while. If you don't have that as an option, and by the way, it's only going to be company logos. The race cars are going to be no more. But right now, if you don't have that as an option, you have to download the latest beta from our website, which is, I think, 0.96. Okay. And then, of course, auto rerun. And so what happens then? Once the race is over, a new race begins. And so it's just like any other race. What it's going to start showing us are stocks that are on the change from the open, because now everybody starts off at the same level. So let's just say, again, a stock could be up 46% from the open, but it may not be moving at all. Some stock down here that's NYCB that I had, it's only 5% above the open, but it could be starting to really move now in relation to the other ones that it's looking at. So that is the whole idea of it. Its relative strength compared to the rest of these stocks could be really starting to surge. Yes. The racing is included in the test drive. You can, just as if you're a premium subscriber, everything is included. The only thing you can't do is auto trading, okay? But yeah, the racing is absolutely included. So when a stock starts moving up the leaderboard, you click on it. You don't have to wait for the race to be over to say, okay, now what do I do? Now, just because a stock is moving up on the leaderboard, of course, doesn't mean that, okay, I got to take the trade right now. This is where, a little bit of chart reading experience comes in. This is why you should be practicing in the simulator before you really start to trade. I know most people don't want to hear this, but you might have to practice in a simulator for 3 months, just to get used to the concept of even taking trades. I know most just want to start trading right away. And our simulator, of course, is part of the test drive. So for instance, if I thought, well, what if I take Tide right now at 139? Looks like it's starting to base a little bit. Maybe I should take that right now and see what happens. Now the simulator, one other caveat in this, if you're using in our test drive, our web-based version, unfortunately racing or the simulator is not available. You must be using our downloadable app. Okay. The downloadable application if you're going to want to take advantage of using our simulator and also racing. Now, one of the things about the racing, and I do, well, I don't really apologize. We have new people in the room all the time, but I mean, if you've been in the room, you know what I'm going to keep saying. Up until about 3 weeks ago, I had no interest in using the racing. It's been around for, I don't know, 4 or 5 months when it was introduced. I couldn't really see a use for it. I thought it was sort of gimmicky. almost infantile. When we saw the race cars, I thought, oh, come on. 3 weeks ago, I had my sort of my gotcha moment, and I figured out, the whole idea of the races really is what are you like the top list that you're using for the races. That was the absolute key. Okay. So 3 weeks ago, I started to use it, and now I am almost exclusively using this as a scan. Do I have some other scans? Yes. But this is it. This is it. Hardly any alerts from these, which is what I want. Okay. So, maybe on a day, or, sometimes, I'm looking at some of the ones that are moving up the leaderboard. They're not as interesting as I'd like them to be. Look at the market, by the way, guys. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So I do have a couple other scans, but I have reduced the number of scans by so many, and I'm probably 98% just concentrating on this. So Hans, this is what I would do. We're hearing this quite a bit. I agree with you. Support at trade-ideas. We got enough people saying all this. Support at trade-ideas. Whoops, I typed that in wrong. Sorry. But I've told them, but you know what? Coming from our customers, let's do a mass inundation. Support at trade-ideas.com. I agree. I don't find it hard. I don't find it that hard, the black on the green, but I do agree it could be better. What's worse if you have one that's the biggest losers from the open and it's black on red and it's really hard to see. But so, if you're new to trade ideas, you're new to trading, what this allows you to do is to focus on one scan, okay? One scan, and that's it. Instead of trying to create all sorts of different, ideas from different types of scans, and basically clicking on symbols all day long, not knowing what you're seeing, not getting anything done. Okay. So you concentrate on one scan. The other thing I should have showed you is when you launch the race. So you launch the race from scratch. If you right click on this, you notice it says show top 10 winners. Show top 10 winners. That's what I do, because this turns into, as the day progresses, this turns into a great watch list for the day. Okay. I'm seeing Tide right now. I mean, Tide might be coming back. Okay. Tide might be coming back right now, guys. Look what it's doing. It has won 9 races. It's at the top of the leaderboard. ALVR won 2 races. Nothing spectacular. But there are days in which a stock, like yesterday, PGY, I think won about 20 races. And the next one won 15 races. So this is a great watch list for you to pay attention to all day long. So Chandru, if you don't have that option, you have to have the latest beta, okay? You have to download the latest beta, which is 0.96, I believe. You have to go to the website and download the latest beta. Okay? And the race cars are going away, because this is what you'll see. So you don't have that option, obviously, show company logos, and that's because you're not on the latest beta. Three minutes to SIGA, okay? Now let's see if this is a trade the rumor, trade the news. We'll see what happens, see what he says. He or she, I don't know. Whoa, ALVR did pop and then drop. Wow, that's a wild one right now. Is Dave over $1? Not quite. Okay. Boy, ALVR is really all over the place, but I'm just going to keep an eye on SIGA now. But this is probably in advance of the guy's top. Well, here we go. Starting to drop a little bit. Look at this market. Look at this market. Let's take a look at I'm going to click on new, and I'm going to click on dock channel bar again. I'm going to bring this one up though, the change from the open, and see if there's a big difference. Not really, which would make sense because the market is just surging. Most stocks, when we looked at this 10 minutes before the market was open, we were looking from the change from the close of yesterday, and all the sectors were up. Virtually all the sectors were up. And of course, with the market surging, you would think that most stocks are also above their open. And that is definitely the case. Because XLK, I think, was 90% or 85% change from the close of yesterday. 97% of them are up from the open today. Boy, that ALVR, that is a nasty one, guys. On that pop, I'm sure a lot of people thought, okay, it's going to take out the high, and then it just absolutely dropped. All right, guys, just watching this SIGA to see if there's going to be any magic. So let's talk a little bit about the simulator, okay? As I watch SIGA to see what it's going to do. All right, I put a link in called Brokerage Plus. In that link, there are two videos. There's a short video if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, shows you how you can use this to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? This is called Brokerage Plus, this window you see up here. Do one thing. Okay, so if you have an E-Trade account or an IB account and you want to use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, you attach to one of those two accounts and then you can do it, okay? If you don't have an IB account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner, that's what we do. We scan the US market. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. It just means you don't have access to this feature. That's all it means. And the second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use it. How I like to demonstrate its use, though, is as a simulator. Okay, paper trader. Excuse me. And again, only available if you're using our web-based version, not available. And from our toolbar, you would click on New, and then Brokerage Plus. This is the window that you'll see. You may have different column headings, but you can pick and choose which ones you want. And what you should see is not connected. And so all you have to do is connect. You just click on SIM, one of the options under Brokerage Plus, click on SIM. It'll change to account, and then click on account, and then simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. You don't need a broker because it's using our real-time data. That's what it's using, our real-time data. So if you're unsure about if you're still undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, which you should before you commit money to the market, you can use our simulator. And all you need is our standard service. Of course, all this is going to be available during the test drive. But assuming if you became a subscriber, all you need is our standard service. And it's simple to use. You just click on an alert anywhere. I just clicked on that VRAX and it showed up here. I pick how many shares I want to trade. I pick, now this bid and ask, you might want to go a limit order. I don't want to get too technical, limit market, all that. Oh my goodness. Yay. My wife's company. I had an alert set up here. It's fantastic. Okay. Let me take another one here. So let's just say you wanted to take, here's one that's been showing up, PBTS. See, look how many of these are, there's not a lot of, excuse me, not a lot of big follow through on these smaller ones today. There's some pretty hefty pullbacks percentage wise. I mean, I guess this is not too bad. 143 down to 133. I mean, it's a pretty big percentage though. But my point is, I'm not seeing a lot of continuation. A couple of days ago, and for maybe about 5 days, we'd see something like this PBTS. We wouldn't get this big red candle. What we'd see is maybe just a little bit of a red candle, a little bit of a pause, maybe a little bit of consolidation, and then the trend continues. Just not seeing that today in a lot of these. All right, so here's one that's near the top here, AEHR. It's got a little bit of room, actually. I mean, the next high looking left is 1155. So let's just take this trade. Just want to show you the mechanics of taking the trade. I clicked on the AEHR from here. It shows up. Bid ask is it's okay. I'm going to take 400 shares. Okay, we're going to do a little money management also. Okay, so I'm going to take 500 shares. I'll explain why. Trade is, it's not terrible. So I'm just going to buy it at the market. Click the buy button, send. And it's going to show up. So it entered at 1083. I'm going to put a stop at 1063. Let me explain why I'm doing this. And what is a stop? Well, first of all, you're going to see a red line showing up on the chart that's going to say approximately minus 100, okay, minus 97.50. So when you get into trading, how I trade anyway, I'm actually looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. Okay, so unless I can check every box, I'm seeing SIG is not making the move. So whatever you're saying, I guess you're right. Trade the rumor, sell the news. So I have all sorts of reasons why I'm not going to take a trade. So unless I can check off, I have a series of things that I have to check. So unless I can check every box, I'm not going to take the trade. Now, it doesn't matter what my checklist is. I know people say, well, what's yours? Because I want to duplicate exactly what you do. You have to develop your own trading style. I mean, some of the things, has to be in a certain price range, has to have a certain minimum volume. Maybe you have to have a certain minimum relative volume, things like that. So, but let's just say, everything can be checked. I end up taking the trade. Now, just because I think a trade should work doesn't mean it's going to work. So I have a stop. I have a price where I'm getting out of the trade if it's not working. Then my stop, typically what I do is I'll look at a 5-minute chart and check to see where I think there's a support level. And that's where I'll put my stop. A support level meaning, a price where there's a lot of action. If it broke down through that price level, I want to be out of the trade. Okay, that's how I put my stops typically. If I were starting out, because my idea of support might not be your idea of support. So if I were starting out, to make it really simple and practice it, that's all you've got to do is practice it. Maybe take the low of the previous 5-minute candle and use that as your stop. That is a defined number. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. No, you can't say, well, what is that low? We know what the low is. So use that maybe to start off, practice it to see how that works for you. So once you've established your stop, so you know what your stop is before you get into the trade. So again, if I had taken this trade, this is in the simulator. So I got it. I knew I was getting in around 1083. My stop was going to be 1063. And I put it 20 cents away on purpose, just to make the math easy. Because the next step is, okay, if the trade doesn't work, how much am I actually willing to lose on the trade? Or how much am I willing to risk on the trade? So I hope it makes sense. If you've got a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So here in the simulator, I'm demonstrating a risk of $100 a trade. That's why when I added the stop, it says, approximately minus 100. So how did that happen though? Well, I took 500 shares and I did that again on purpose to make the math simple. Because if I take the difference between my entry and my stop, which is 20 cents, I divide that into my risk, which is 100, I get 500 shares. Now, how I trade, I keep my risk about the same every single trade. In other words, I'm not risking 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. I'm trying to keep my risk, in other words, how much I'm willing to lose on the trade, about the same every single trade. Now, obviously, every stop is not going to be 20 cents away. Sometimes it might be 17 cents, maybe it's 30 cents, depending on the price of the security. It all depends on where I'm seeing where there's a support level. So what you can do is set up, say, an Excel spreadsheet with the amount you're going to risk per trade. And then all you have to do then is type in your entry, your stop, and then allow the system then to tell you how many shares you should take. That's something I think a lot of people do, okay? But that's why you've got to practice trading, just the mechanics of taking trades. Before you commit money to the market, practice, practice, practice. Next thing is to obey your stop. There's no such thing as well, Sam, I don't know. I mean, there's no, depends on the price, of course, of the security. For instance, if I got into a stock at $2, I probably would never have a stop 50 cents away, things like that. So I just wouldn't take the trade if I thought that's where my stop should be. But, what my maximum stop and yours is, that's why you've got to practice and get comfortable with, the ability to figure out where you should get out of a trade if it's not working. I don't go 1%, 2%, 3%. I'm not a percent. I don't believe in that, because that's not scientific enough for me. Okay, just say, well, every stop is going to be 1% away or 2% away. It's just not. It doesn't make any sense to me. That's just a number you're grabbing out of thin air. To me, my stops have to be based on something I'm seeing on a chart. Next thing, obey your stop. Sometimes it's really, really tough. You get into a trade, you've been able to check all your boxes, plus maybe there's news. News is not one of the reasons for me to take a trade, but maybe, so that's a bonus. Maybe there's good news, it had earnings, the room is talking about it, everybody loves it, and it still doesn't work. It starts drifting down to your stop, and you get stubborn. You think, what? Maybe my stop was too tight. I know it's still, maybe it is the low of the 5-minute candle, but maybe that was too tight because this has to work. So you don't obey your stop. And so instead of being down 100, now you're down $200, $300, $400, $500, $600 before you finally give up and you sell, and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. Scenario number one. Scenario number two, almost as bad. You don't obey your stop, you're down that 500, and then it does turn around, and now, yay, you're up to $300, $400, and you congratulate yourself for not obeying your stop. Can that happen? Of course it can. Okay. My experience, nobody was teaching me this, but my experience, hammered point home for me is to obey my stop, because too many times I would be just like anybody else and not wanting to obey it because I got stubborn, egotistical, has to work. My setup is perfect. How can it not be working, et cetera, et cetera. But in those days, commissions were pretty tough. And so, yeah, it was maybe a little tougher to obey your stop because now you're paying big commissions. You paid a big commission to get in. Now you're paying a big commission to get out. No excuse anymore. Even if you're paying the horrors, half a cent a share with Interactive Brokers, there's no excuse to not get out of a trade because of commissions. You can always get out, take your lumps, and then you know what? It could set up again the same way. So maybe the market just wasn't quite on your side at the time. Maybe, something changed. You can always get back into the trade and try it again if it sets up again. There's no worse feeling not obeying your stop and kicking yourself as it keeps going down and down and down, and you start to sweat and you say, oh no, I don't want to get out of it. I still don't want to get out of it, because I'm sure it's going to come back. And then you take a much, much, much bigger loss than you should have. That's why you've got to practice trading. Now, making money in the simulator, of course, does not translate to making money, when you're trading live. I get it, because now all that emotion comes in. It's easy to obey your stop in a simulator because it's not your money. But if you cannot make money in a simulator, I would forget about trying to make money live. Okay? So I just don't understand why people think it's so easy to trade. That our program is called Trade Ideas, and that's what it is. We generate ideas. You still have to have some basis for taking a trade, though. We've got great ideas that are being generated. Oh, meanwhile, I'm like chatting. I should be in this PGY. Okay, guys. I'm not obeying any rules right now. Sorry. Some stocks you just don't, I can't obey rules. Whew, brother. Yeah, when I got it, it wasn't horrible. But I'm trading this. This is just a complete and utter trading vehicle for me. And sort of looking at momentum and still another all-time high for it. You did call 25, but I mean, it would have been awfully hard to hold on as it went from 23 down to 17, 18 throughout. I mean, I get it, but that's why it's a trading vehicle. All right, that was fun. Now, yesterday, I traded this probably, I don't know, 4 or 5 times. And I remember, I think my first entry was around 1530, and when I look back, if I'd held it all day, but I mean, going through all the gyrations, of course, it would have been awesome, 1530 all the way up to 22. But something like this, I mean, look, remember when it got halted? I mean, it got halted and it went all the way down to 17 from 23. You've got to be really, really careful on something like this. But if you can be nimble, so you must be using fibs then, right? For PGY, because there are obviously no resistance, no chart resistance. You must be using fibs Is that right, Sandy? Yeah, because there's no, I mean, there's no chart resistance. Last month, guys, this was a sleepy little stock, 424, and rarely have I seen shorts available because it's now showing up on ZachScan. Rarely have I seen shorts available though. Well, that's why, Dave W., I mean, that's why you've got to, and you know this, I know you're in trading for a while. You're a chart seer, right? You can't take as many shares as you maybe would normally because of your stop on PGY. Remember, my risk is going to be about the same. I don't care what trade I get into. The only problem with something like this is that, you might put a stop in where you think, and it could blow right through it. That's why you cannot, hear me say this all the time. You get into a trade like this, you cannot wander away from your computer and think, okay, looking good. Let's go down and make a pot of coffee, a couple of pieces of toast, take the dog out for a quick walk and come back. You could lose all your money. Okay, guys, I just took a little loss on the tide. TYDE. Again, not a lot of continuation I'm seeing on these little ones. Got in right around that area, that 143 area. Took a little loss on it, out of it. So right now, what I'm seeing, from the race, I'm not so enamored about seeing things that have pulled back and then start winning a race. I mean, I'll judge every instance on its own, but I'm just not seeing the fact that something that pulled back like a tide that is still up 51%. To me, if this were a slightly different type of a market, to me, this tide should have been holding at this 145, which it was, winning a race, and then bursting through 150 and making a challenge to the high. I'm just not seeing things like that right now. So, every day is different. What was working a couple of days ago, because I saw a lot of, 2 or 3 days ago, I saw a lot of stocks that looked like this, winning a race, and then, yes, surging, and then challenging the high and maybe taking out the high and moving. You always have to adjust. Every day can be different. I mean, look at this CMRA. Let me pop up to 350 and pull it right back down. This is a monkeypox play. Okay, what time is it? 11. Wow, what a fast morning. So again, FOMC at noon, 2 o'clock Eastern time, of course. So what I usually do about a minute before, I put a big SPY chart up, a big 1 minute SPY chart up, and we just sit back and watch the action. As the SPY 1 minute goes up, down, up, down, up, down before it settles on a direction. Even what is it called? Holdings moved off that bottom, 1347, 1370 now. Nasdaq scan. So what's the high here? $25. Wow. Believe it or not, sticking an alert at 25, high of the day, you'll get people interested. Okay, keep an eye on this QTech, guys. QTEK. The next high looking left is 121, and after that, 140. So it's got a little bit of room, but it's got to take that 121 out. Maybe a shot to that 140. Not a ton of room, but might give a little bit of a trade here for QTech. Low float, 9.8 million in the float. So there's a classic, for me, get into the tide, thinking it's going to work, have a stop, get out. And now I'm not sweating it, thinking, oh man, why didn't I get out of my stop? Or why didn't I take myself out of this trade? So instead of a very, very manageable, in fact, I got out before my actual stop, which is one thing I also do. I'll have a stop, but let's just say I'm truly in this trade. I'm just demonstrating in the simulator, okay? So I look at this and I go, and I'm watching the way it's trading, and I'm thinking, you know what? I just don't like this anymore. I don't like the way it's trading. It didn't break out. So I always reserve the right, of course, to exit a trade before my actual stop. My stop is the worst I want to do in the trade. That's the worst I want to do. But I always, again, reserve the right to get out before if I don't like the way it's trading. For instance, what if I was in a trade that is, more or less kind of following the market, and I get into a trade and the market's, moving higher. All of a sudden the market puts in a giant red bar and I'm seeing the same kind of thing happening on the trade I'm in. I'll get out, before my stop, as an example. Oh, even Victoria is in the room. You can just, I can just tell this is a very different day, guys, because Tide has won 10 races. And you look at this and like, how did it win 10 races? What that means is, first of all, it was winning races on a very low percentage, very low percent. There weren't, so yeah, it's a little misleading because there's not that much else that moved, if that makes sense. So I mean, something can win a race and be only up like in change from the open like 1.9%, which is no big deal compared to everything else. So it won. So what I typically do now, 11:32. So I'll be taking a break in about half an hour. Then in the afternoon, sometimes what we see is some stock out of nowhere, big percentage move, and you see it racing up on the leaderboard. This today just has a completely different feel for me. Give me one moment, please. Okay, so what I want to do right now is just confirm that it'll be Jamie in our YouTube room when I take my break at noon. And again, before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in. And actually, sometimes Jamie is already in the room and he'll say yes. I don't know if he's in the room listening to me. All right, guys, take a look at SIGA. SIGA's, I mean, I don't know what the CEO said. It must be over by now. Hey, I mean, if it can take out these highs here, I mean, the all-time high is yesterday, of course, at 1782. So it's not that far. Not you, Jamie. You stay right where you are. So you can see that if SIGA, SIGA, can take out yesterday's high, which it touched, I think, today, 1787, 1782. So very close. I'll make it rolling again. Vacations. What the heck are vacations? I know nothing about vacations. Okay, so it is Jamie. Okay, so Jamie will be in our YouTube room around noon, about 25 minutes from now. Keep an eye on that SIGA, guys. I mean, it had a higher, it was higher in the pre-market, got up to 19 in the pre-market, pulled back. But remember, when we talk about all-time highs and lows, we're only talking about normal market hours, whatever those are now. I mean, obviously the 9:30 to 4, but that's what we're talking about. So that's why it says 99%. It's basically there. There it goes, guys. I mean, it's all high, SIGA, SIGA. So whatever he said, it wasn't devastating. It didn't knock. Must have said some of the right things. Anybody listen to it? How promotional was he? Boy, is Tide ever ugly. Obey your stops, obey your stops, obey your stops, guys. This is, in my opinion, a tremendous illustration of how I trade and how I obey my stops and just move on. Okay, thank you, Zach. Thank you very much. And one of the things, of course, and we all have done it, we've all done it, is revenge trading. Now instead of, you don't obey your stop, you didn't take that $100 or whatever your risk amount is supposed to be, and then the natural inclination is to get into a revenge mode and try to make it all up on the next trade and more. Completely throwing discipline out the window. Tide is right back to the anchored VWAP, okay? That's what Jamie is saying in the YouTube room. So I don't have that. I have, of course, just a VWAP 147. I know you guys have been playing around with that. Just don't like it. This was, as somebody pointed out, this was a spinoff from that BBIG. So what is that number, Jamie? I mean, who knows? Maybe that is some voodoo at work. Whoa, this PGY is just about to take out the high, guys. Well, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. It looks like it's going to have a chance to take out that high. $126. Thank you, Jamie. Well, I did my video yesterday on PGY, and I guess I have to do another one on it today. So a couple of the flyers to keep watching. Obviously, the PGY taking out 25, it could explode, and then the SIGA taking out, say, that 1790 mark. And that would be a market high. So Tiva is still up here. That's a big float. So looks like they have. Man, I'm having a tough time seeing these numbers. Don't feel stupid, Zach. So hopefully this is where I've got the time right now. Okay. Hopefully, if you click on New from the toolbar and then click on um, Market Explorer. Okay. And then you should see something that says My Market Explorer Strategy. Hopefully you see that window. Right click on it. And then that's when Select Strategy should appear. And then you should see it. You should see it in your list. It's just in your list, okay? You won't see what I'm seeing, but you should see MFI 1 minute, I guess on the long side, and MFI on the short side. Let me know if that, and don't feel stupid. Let me know if you see that. I can always do it again. But you should see when you do that, when you just hover over Select Strategy, and the box should pop up, and then you should see MFI 1. Sorry, both on the long side. So again, just to start it, New from the toolbar, New, and then Market Explorer. Market Explorer. This should pop up, right click on it, select strategy, just hover over the select strategy, and then the box should pop up and you should see, you're not going to see what I see. Okay. This is upcoming, the way it's going to be arranged, but you should see for you something like MFI 1 minute, both on the long side and the short side. Let me know if you do see it. Okay, so you don't see Market Explorer. So what version of Trade Ideas do you have? So when you click on New from the toolbar, you do not see, it should be probably, can you not see on my screen where it says Market Explorer, TIQ? If you don't see that, you're using the download, you're not using the web-based version, of course, right? If you don't see that, that must mean you're on some really early version of Trade Ideas. If you don't see Market Explorer, when you click on New from the toolbar, and then Market Explorer should be somewhere. Your list is nowhere near as big as mine. You should see Market Explorer. Can you see my screen? It probably should be just above Brokerage Plus. Ah, okay. So you don't have that. If you don't have that, then you have to have a go to the website. Don't do it now. Well, you can if you want, of course, but go to our homepage and download the latest version. I would download the beta. Okay, it's fine. So if you click on my homepage link, or if you know how to go to the homepage, that's fine. But if you don't, just click on my link, and here's the download, and then scroll past the production version and go right to the beta 0.96. Okay, and all your stuff is saved. Don't worry. Yeah, you can do that later for sure. Yeah, so the PGY, definitely a real battle royale at 25. Look at this. 2490, 2490, 2494, all touching that 25. You can just see though, man, if it can take out that 25 on some volume, there's nothing really stopping it. I mean, somebody was mentioning fib extensions, apps, I don't use them, but I mean, I guess, there are fib levels, of course. The vote on the Spirit airline. Well, I certainly don't try to buy anything ahead of a vote. Could go one way or the other. What is Spirit Air? I can't remember anymore. Well, what's the symbol for Spirit Airlines again? Well, I can. You know what? You lazy? It's PR. Okay. Oh no, save, 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 save. That's right, save. Siga is trying again, guys. Siga, SIGA, trying again to take out that whole number of 18. That's an all-time high right now. Well, love is Southwest, right? They're the ones trying to buy them. Or Spirit is, I can't remember anymore. It's been going on for so many, seems like years now. Frontier, what is Frontier? Yeah, ULCC. So what is it? What are they doing? But this is the headline I'm seeing. Spirit Airlines vote on Frontier sale expected to fail. So who knows? Oh, that's right. It's JetBlue. JetBlue is the one who is. So what's JetBlue doing? Anyway, it doesn't interest me. Whatever happens, happens. In other words, I would never buy one of those airlines in anticipation of something happening. Another little fizzle, guys. The BWV lots sort of excuse me, a lot of action in the pre-market. Market open pops all the way up to 4, but again, another one that's just kind of fizzling out. Actually, a little surprised the market's putting in this sort of a move. It's probably in very little volume ahead of 2 o'clock. A lot of times you'll just see the SPY, maybe at the beginning of the day, do a lot of stuff and then just snooze until 2 on FOMC day, but certainly not today. It's still kind of surged a little higher and higher, which indicates that the market is probably thinking 75 and not 100 basis point. Okay, guys, SIGA over 18. SIGA over 18. So now this is an all-time high. Again, we don't count the pre-market. Yeah, Dave, I will agree. I mean, this is the interview didn't do anything to really hurt. And sometimes, but in advance of that interview, the stock certainly ramped up. So the interview really didn't do anything to hurt the stock. So you might wonder why I have Apple and Tesla here, okay? Just to show you, I mean, everybody knows Apple, everybody knows Tesla. I could have added Google or, some other major stock just to show you that, I mean, yeah, I'm not saying you shouldn't trade Apple or Tesla. I'm not saying that at all. But if you're looking for stock with, great relative strength, I mean, is Apple or Tesla ever winning a race? Probably not, okay? So, I mean, if you're looking for active stocks, and again, I'm not, downplaying people who want to trade Apple or Tesla. That's not what I'm doing. But if you're looking for, stocks with high relative strength, just in comparison, and meanwhile, CMRA, but you've got to be careful in CMRA because remember that topping tail and that dropped in fact, didn't it do that yesterday? I thought this is the one that dropped. It went up to 340 and it dropped in about 20 seconds. I can't remember. There was one that did that yesterday. So just be careful. The low float, and it's a monkeypox play. All right, give me a moment. Ooh, Jamie, I've got to change my headset. Hopefully it's going to work. Otherwise, I won't hear you. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys, I think I am back. I know I'm back talking. Just have to see if I can hear anything. Some
Barry, can you hear me, Barry? Test 1, 2.
can't hear anything.
Maybe you're muted.
Moment. Okay, Jamie, I can't hear you.
Okay, Barry, I believe I've got it. I'm not sure why you can't hear me.
All right,
Ah,
guys, I see that Jamie has taken over, so I'm going to put the YouTube link in, and you can head over there. Jamie is there right now.
okay, Dave. Thank
Put my
you.
announcement up that I'll be on a break.
I believe everyone can hear and see.
Okay, I think I've just muted.
Okay, I think we are good to go. Hey, Jacques. Hello, look left. All right, very good, very good. All right, well, certainly some big movers today. Barry was just talking about Sega. Give me 1 second here.
All right, Jamie, thanks. I can hear you now, so I'll probably talk to you about 5 to 1. Thanks for taking over a little early.
Sounds good, Barry. One second, ladies and gents. Okay, sorry about that. Let me get my pen in case I need to do any coloring here. Where you at, pen? There we go. Okay, so we've got Fed things going on today. And to use an old worn out saying, looks kind of like it might be baked in, but we'll see. All right, what did I just have up here? Sega, one of the big movers today. What are we up? Just a meager 4%, but getting into this exciting all-time high territory here, as Barry was just talking about. I also heard Barry talking about Tide, and boy, what a volatile little thing this was today. Nice little move off the open. Still up nicely on the day, just a meager 51% with some pretty rockin' relative volume. And the races continue to deliver some pretty good movers on a daily basis. Hello, Raj. Good day to you as well. And not to be put in a corner today, Sava having a pretty good day. Of course, we had a nice little gap down, but hey, just because it's a gap down doesn't necessarily mean it's not going to show up on my races. And we can see right here on my change from the close, I've got these pointed to the top 10 now. As you can see, Sava on the 1 minute race and positive change from open. You can see my B plus buy right there, pretty close to the open. I think I got into that one little longer than 5 minutes into the open. And CMI, not a bad little mover today as well. As you can see here, relative volume, just shy of 7. Another race can. Basically, every position that I'm in today was generated from one of these races. Now I've got another one hiding over here. This is also positive change from open. You'll notice that the symbols are a little bit different here, okay, than what we see over here. Let's just kind of click through and see how they've done since the open, all right? Little horseshoe right here on next, and then a break, and then a nice move higher. Let's see, where did my chat panel go? All right, I've got the chat panel visible, ladies and gents. So if you do have a question, as I'm yammering up here about certain things, just go ahead and use that questions panel to get it in there, because we all know that this is the live support session while Barry takes his break. But getting back to the differences between what you're seeing in this positive change from open and this one. Sorry, my chart's a little slow. Tiva, gap up, a little slight move higher. Just going to kind of cycle through these and check out how they've done. TER, gap down and move higher. SBFM, not really cooperating today to the upside, but hey, can't win them all. And Shop, just kind of gyrating around. You can see I did make an entry here, got a little chasey. But therein lies the difference between this positive change from open and this one. if we take a peek at the top list here, what I've done, since I've been making quite a few entries in the first 5 minutes off of these race stocks, is I could look at the chart and go, it's moved too much. Don't really want to take a chance on a big pullback there. So what I've done on this one to kind of give me an idea, or so that these stocks will not have run up too much. And of course, I just picked this metric at random. On this particular one, I'm saying can't be up more than 5% off the open, right? That's going to eliminate the ones that take the huge runs. And it's just, yeah, you can buy something that's up 10, 15%. It could move higher, but a lot of the times that's right when the pullback occurs, even if it's going to make another move higher, set a new intraday high. So doing some experimentation with this one today to see if there's really any difference in the ratio of winners versus losers uh, between this one and that one. And this is the first day that I've been watching this, so can't really draw a whole lot of conclusions just from one day. But in the grand scope of things, it's looking like a lot of these are moving higher after the first 30, 45 minutes. Just a little bit different of an animal. Not a bad move on AEMD there. A little bitty stock, but not bad on the change. So definitely not as many high flyers, but not as many down moves as well on the large side. So we'll continue to watch that one. But these are my three main race windows. And you'll notice over here, I've also got negative change from open. And if we kind of cycle through these, all right, nice little down move from the open on BWV. Nice little down move on AERC. Tried to get short this one in the E-Trade environment. Unfortunately, no shares available, but that one would have been nice. Plenty of time to get it in the $8 level since it opened at 844 and capitulating down here just shy of 650. So that would have been a really nice move, just couldn't get short. TBLT, once again, another nice move. Unfortunately, in the E-Trade Enviro, no shares available. RDBX, taking its pullback from these 2 days of fun, but some decent down moves in these downside race winners. Just whether or not you can get short in the environment that you're trading at, E-Trade, IB. I'm sure some of these probably would have been available at IB, but they were not available in the E-Trade Enviro, unfortunately. So some really nice downside if you're able to get short. All right, just taking a look at how many people are in here. Nice little crowd. So don't be shy if you have a question. Not a bad opening range break here in the CLAR. Nice and tame off the open. Then right about here, things get interesting. Nice little move from 1830-ish. About a point on that little run for Claire. No big surprise there. Relative volume of 4.65. So talk to me, people. Who else out there has been embracing the races? Getting some good plays off of them. E-Trade's been having a little bit of issues this morning. Pardon me while I try to reconnect. Okay. So far, SAVA is my biggest winner, and my biggest loser so far today is a short NCVNA. You could say I got a little chasey right here. Okay. Might get stopped out. If I do, so be it. Probably need to do the same thing for this window as I did for my other experimental window. And on the long side, when I was showing you guys, 5%, no more than a 5% move to the upside. Here we have the same thing to the downside. Little chasey there. NCMI taking its little pullback. I'd expect to see some action as we pull back to this 10 period here. And this is a real handy feature. Already in a little pinch of this one. Maybe I want to add to it on a pullback. Now, looking over here at the daily, notice where we ran out of gas. Okay. Back here from the 8th of June. Perfect wick above this level. And here we sit. Okay. Now we do have some volume on our side today, almost 7. So if this thing gets a little frisky later in the day and we get up here, maybe look for a close above these levels. That would certainly be a good sign of strength for a swing trade. But we'll have to see what happens at this 10 period here. Here's a short that's working a little bit, up about 5% thus far. Now, funny, hey, I think I've seen this pattern before. This is MNSO, but when we click back on CVNA, same thing. This one stopped and reversed. MSNO continued, right? So, this big red bar gets in our head, but hey, some continue, some do not, right? Open, another short that's trying. Oh, and looky here. We've got the same big red candle in open, and this one continues. Gee, it's kind of like the same algorithm is doing its thing in a lot of stocks. And of course, I'm being facetious. We see this all the time. I see your question there, Raj. Everything that I've taken today either came from one of these 3 right here, and then I took a couple of testers from this one as well. Now, I've got mine displaying the top 10 right now, so it's not going to look exactly the same here. Now, if I went to show all winners and, we went hunting and pecking, then you're going to be able to see them all. But some of the ones that were showing up in the first 5-10 minutes may not have become top 10 winners. That's why you're not seeing them when I display top 10. Now you're talking about CLAR. Well, I think this one, yeah, I was referring when I was talking about this little opening range breakout right here. I was looking at the new high that CLR was just making and just kind of reflecting back. Now, interestingly enough, check out the volume bar right here. Okay. And if we go ahead and drop a line here, volume kicked in right before that break. So I'm just going to bet here if I duplicate this window and then we come back here and point it to Claire, Would it have caught it right here? I'm going to bet yes, but it could be no because got a little crazy right there, but let's just take a peek here. I give it a 50-50 shot. Would it have found it? And that is the 10-15 bar. And there's the 10-15 as a new high was hit, perfectly coinciding. So that would have been a sweet little entry right there. And then, of course, in the next one too. And that's really the whole purpose of this window. I just haven't been paying much attention to it, but this is the window that is really great for finding these range breaks based on the premise that a stock cannot be breaking out of its intraday range without hitting a new high. And it just all boils down to the timing at this point. If we just pull up another random example here. Now this little guy was moving pretty much off the open, so it never really that looks like a little consolidation, I guess. It did pop a new high in this area in this candle right here. If we look at the 5-minute over here, it becomes a lot more obvious as we broke this level here. Run up, little pullback, and then around the 1025 area, which coincides a little bit. Yep, that's 1015 to 1030, so that would coincide with this area right here. And right here. Really like the look of that. A run up, a little rounded bottom, come attack that high again, and we get a nice move. Now this is a micro stock, only 30 cents, but that's still a 10% move. So circling back around, Raj, no entry, just commenting on the nice pattern on CLAR, but not produced from a race that I know of today. All right, so I'm just going to go ahead and put these back on top 10. Whoops. There we go. All right, you guys are pretty quiet today, but if you do have a question, go ahead and get it out there. I would assume the market's going to be a little sleepy, as we can see here. Just kind of marching along here. In our new little found home. Got a little bleedy yesterday, but the 10 period caught it. And now we're right back up into this little encampment here. Right, Raj. So this turbo break up window is just what we could call my momentum new high window. Just looking at things hitting a new high with some pretty minimal filtering. Primarily focusing on relative volume. As you can see right here, just have a cap on maximum price. Relative volume has to be 3 or higher. And 100,000 shares had to have been traded today, and we just have a simple new high there. So all that does is ensure that the volume is there. Pattern becomes secondary. VBLT, not a bad example here. Now, obviously, this was the opportunistic time here. trading below the low and the high that have been put in thus far today. And then right about here, we break that high, we break that nice little range and move higher. Once again, this is another micro stock, but it's the move that we're talking about. So once again, can't break out of this little area without hitting a new high. And that's why I watch this window here. So Raj, if you'd like to take a peek at this one on your own desktop, I'll go ahead and drop this link into the chat for you. Another little short I have on the blotter, kind of not cooperating, creeping back up to break even. 10 period catching it, so we shall see. Matter of fact, I'll probably move that stop to break even. And when I click in Brokerage Plus, you see my line reappear and the old one disappear. Yes, Raj, and you can easily remedy that by beefing up the minimum price to whatever you feel is appropriate. Next is interesting. Similar pattern to what we were looking at earlier. Pops a high in the opening 15. Nice little U-shaped bottom. Coming right back up here and making for a very good entry right here. It's all about the timing, right? You saw next hitting a high right here. That looks cherry. Of course, move higher. What is that? 613 to 638. Looks like it's wanting to test its 10 period there. You know, I had to kill my 15-minute chart earlier and respawn it, and I lost my 130 period. So I'll tell you what, let's put it back on there. Well, doesn't look like it got added. Uh, 130. Uh, And then how did this crazy guy get in here? 176. I'm going to remove that guy. Okay. There we go. And the reason I like to have a 130 period on the 15-minute chart is for things like this. Notice how we bounced right off of that 130 period. And that's what this window over here is looking for, actually. Look at that. UGI taking its little 1-2 45-minute plunge and bouncing perfectly off that 130. So looking at that prior candle, see it reclaim here, start to edge up. Even if it's in this candle right here, you got to clear out based on that wick right there. So a lot of the times on these, you're doing a little intraday bottom fishing using the 130, you can take extremely small risks. And if these guys hang in there, you can get a really good risk to reward ratio. Just reading your comment there, Raj. Yes, timing is not only important, timing is everything. Timing, timing, timing. Interesting. Big gap down. Of course, this is an ETF. It's going to move inverse to the SPY, but interesting how it opened and never saw that 130 period again. I do watch pre-market in on the open, Caesar. Um, but I turn it off after about an hour into the day. And the reason being is because it messes up the 130 period. So, here's today's action thus far. So watch what happens when I turn pre-market on. Okay, keep in mind, perfect right here with the 130. And then if I come down here and turn on the pre-market, well, for this one, since there was very little pre-market activity, it still looks pretty good. But when you get a real active pre-market, it throws off my 130 period. So I do watch pre-market on the open and in the pre-market, but about an hour in, I go ahead and remove pre-market. So it doesn't mess with my 130. Yeah, no problem. A little bleedy. Notice how it acts as resistance in this one. You see a stock doing this, you're thinking to yourself, well, right here in the middle, I can, want to take a stab at a short. Obviously, this is keeping it down. Risk barely outside of the wicks there. So if you made an entry right at the black line, and this is your risk area, and look how big the reward area is. You could probably fit risk 3, 4 times in there. And of course, as traders, we're always looking for the best bang for the buck, risk versus reward. See NeoG, what it's up to here. All right, taking a little move higher. Looks like it might be at a stopping point just based on where we are in the daily right here. And for a minute, I thought that was a wick, but it is not. So probably much ado about nothing on NeoG. CVS. And here, uncanny, okay? You see CVS in this candle, you're like, ooh, let's watch what happens on the next candle. This candle closes, boom, there's your out right there if you wanted to take a chance on a bounce play, right? Slightly outside of that wick. Let's say you got filled at the candle body. Here's your risk. And here would be your reward. Once again, reward area a lot bigger than the risk. And CVS is a large cap company, right? We got a market cap of 124 billion. So when I see a big cap stock butting down to this 130 period, I'm not going to say I pay more attention to it. It's just typically the big caps. And of course, we'd have to consult the daily too. But, look where it was when we were down here at the bottom here on that wick, coinciding perfectly with this little area of, well, currently acting as support, but in this little tranche right here. So if you see a big cap moving down through that 130, you look over at daily and you're like, yep, right up at the bottom of this range. That can help you assess, well, probably going to snap right back. No guarantees, but that's exactly what happened today. Now AMCR didn't really hold, but not a huge risk level there either. All right, let's see what soup did. And soup blasting right through it. And for Campbell's, that was definitely an excursion. What is that, 47.44? Yeah, so probably most everybody thought, we're going to come down here and probably bounce at the low. And of course, as far as stop losses go, that's probably where most people had their stops. If it breaks that level, I'm out. And what did it do? Flush, 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 shake the trees, knock everybody out, and then boom, right back up into the middle of that range. Seen it a million times. Been part of the tree shaking in cases like this many times, but that's just part of the game. All right, what a day Le Fly is having. Lee Fly. Busting through all of the good levels here. One there. Didn't even stop and wave to these guys over here. Just boom right through this little range. Boom, cracked it through there, and now we're kind of right in the middle of that big red candle. So where might this train stop as we get into this little area back here? So I'd have my eyes on 870 or something accordingly. Maybe it's got another 40 cents left in it. Certainly a good day for La Fly. 73% today alone. And why am I not in that one? Probably because it wasn't winning. Oh, wait, wait, wait. There we go. So LaFly showing up in the 1 minute change race multiple times. but not showing up over here. It's probably down on the list. It's just not a top 10er. But if you have been following the races and listening to, some of us here at Trade Ideas talk about the races and the webinars, what's uncanny is, let's talk pre-race, before the race has made an appearance. Using your various windows, maybe you were in something that was a big mover on the day that moved 15, 30, 40, 50% or more, right? But what I've noticed by interacting with the races over the past 2 weeks is every day they're going to identify multiple big movers. Now, I wasn't able to focus completely and get in all the positions that I wanted to today because in the E-Trade environment, I'm just basically experimenting in real time with these races, just doing small share amounts, going, okay, well, let me see if I can get this methodology down, right? I'm going to be in quite a few of these and then just manage my blotter accordingly, not let anything get too far out of, whack before I cut it as a loser. But what I've noticed is that, you know, it's possible to be in multiple huge movers on the day. Some of these things have been going 50, 60, 70%. Of course, you do have your losers um, that can go large percentages as well. So, depending on the column that you're watching, whether it's positive change from open or 1 minute change, simply focusing on that metric and seeing it in a different viewpoint is pointing us to things that have extremely high beta for the day, right? Or, as Michael Noss would say, relative strength. Oh, speaking of relative strength, look at down here, leaf fly. Boom, relative strength at the top of the range. No big shocker there. So we got some summer doldrums and Fed speak imminent. And I think, what is it? Are they talking it in about 25 minutes here? I forget the time. Um, Something to point out here. I heard some people talking about phase. Check it out. It's showing up on my IPO top list here. It's an indicator on you can add it to a chart, Iris, but it is not present in filter form yet. So like if we just pull up an alert window, type in relative, all we get are the relative high volume, alert, and filter. So it's possible to add it as a study on your chart, which you can see for me is down here. Is the fly showing halt? Let's see here. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Let me pull up my halt window real quick. I don't have it visible, so I gotta get it from the cloud. Yep, looks like 11:29, which was about 9 minutes ago. Don't see a resume just yet. Yep, apparently it has halted. Dionysus, follow cars all day and to enter and exit using them. um, no, that's not what I'm saying. How do you use races, right? Well, the the whole premise of the race is based around running a stock race on the underlying top list. Okay. So positive change from open, the race is being conducted based on the stocks on this top list, but it's keying off of this column here, which is change from open, right? So everybody's going to use races in a little bit different of a way, right? Just like an alert window, we might be looking for a specific pattern, right? But if I show the race setup, we're focusing on the change from the open and then just sorting by the delta value. So depending on what type of, trader you are, you might start looking at the race winners 1, 2, 3 minutes into the open, or maybe you wait 15 minutes into the open. It's kind of a personal preference. But the stocks that are making the biggest moves based on the filter that we're watching, whether it's 1 minute change or positive change from open, are going to show up here. And the ones that have been winning the races, uh, you know, you're just going to pull them up. Maybe you're looking for a specific chart pattern, or maybe you're just looking to enter a little starter position so that you watch the stock moving forward. Based on what we've seen through the races, we can extrapolate that some of these guys are going to have huge moves, right? And a lot of the times, we're still going to have to consult the daily, right? Because before the day started here on LaFly, you know, where we opened right close to prior close, not really that big of a gap, right? So if we were kind of looking at, let's see, where do we open on LaFly today? Right at $5, right? This level of resistance right here, potential resistance, if I saw LaFly winning race after race after race in the first 15 minutes, which still would have been in this opening 15-minute candle here, and my eyes were drawn to the 565 level, this candle closed at around 540. This would have been my area of interest for LaFly, and I would tell myself if it busts through this level, maybe I'll take a stab at it. And then I would have went, well, it might stop here. Obviously, it did not, right? Or it might stop here. Nope, kept on going. So, you know, you could always just blindly pile into the top or the first 15 stock winners and then manage your blotter accordingly. Or, you can fall back on your chart reading skills based on the stocks that are being produced from any race that you choose to watch. And then, tack your technical skills on top of that. In other words, stock races are just another high quality information stream, just like your favorite alert window, favorite top list, favorite compare count window. So I hope that makes a little bit of sense, Dionysus. Yeah, Iris, I got a little off track there. So if you wanna add relative strength to your chart down here, let's go to my indicators. Actually, well, first you would just, if it's not on there, You'd want to find it on the list. So once again, what you would do is right click, just click on indicators, and then you would just click on RSI. All right. And tell it where you want it. Pick your color. If you want it down here on the bottom, you'll want it to say show in status line. Check that little box, standard period, and then select your color and then hit add. And then you're going to have it show up down here for you. Yeah, and I see your last comment there, Dionysus, and hopefully what I said makes sense there. Using the races as a first indicator. Hey, this guy's won 5 races in the first 5 minutes. Ah, the chart also looks good. I'm noticing the relative volume is off the scale too, but the races are the reason that you pulled it up and saw the good pattern in the first place, right? Give me 1 second here. All right, Iris, good deal. Thomas, does this work with futures? Unfortunately, we don't have any futures feeds, Thomas. So currently, if I pop into configure on this here alert window and I go to my exchanges tab, these are all the markets that we cover presently. You can see I've just got the 4 major US markets ticked off there because that's all I trade. But if you do like the crazier stuff, get the pinks, the bulletin boards. The small exchange does have some future type products. We hope to add crypto sometime in the fall, they tell me. That will be huge when we do get crypto online. But hopefully sometime in the fall. How can I extend my chart between the chart and the volume? I'm pretty sure you can just grab these lines right here. That's going to move relative volume. Yeah, I'm not getting a bar up here. There we go. See this, Iris? You just got to kind of hover and find it. And then you can expand and contract your volume levels. Once again, just hover until you get the little crosshair, like so. And then you can adjust it. Well, easier said than done. There we go. Yeah, it's just kind of tricky. You got to hover over it till you get the little crosshair, but it's there. All right. Another little stock. Ooh, and see, look at this nice little rounded bottom here. That's a perfect opening range break right there. Yeah, I don't know, Iris. It's kind of it's not the easiest thing to do, but it's there. Very touchy. There we go. The hour is disturbing. Not really sure what that means. You talking about the stock? All right, ladies and gents, time check here. Wow, it's already 12 minutes till the top of the hour. You talking about the hourly time frame, Iris? Ah, okay. I got you. Well, you guys have certainly been tamed today. I guess everybody's just kind of waiting for the Fed. They should write a song called that. All right. As we can see, that's when LaFly came out of its halt there, probably. And we can see right here. Yep, that is when it came out of its halt. Looked like it was going to rip, rip, rip on up, and then a little pullback. Well, thank you, Iris. Appreciate that. All right, got about 10 minutes left here. So if you've been sitting on a question, that'd be a good time to get it out there. Yeah, I was going to start talking about these IPOs, but I lost my train of thought. So phase, let's take a look at phase. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days old. Okay. So, all right, we can go off these candle tops and bottoms of these wicks, but when it's a young stock, you probably heard me talk about this before, a great way to see some interesting areas of interest. It could be support and or resistance. In this case, it would be support. Just click up here, click on the anchored VWAP and anchor it to the first day. And looky what we have here. A perfect little shelf. Yesterday's wick, today, it's looking like the anchored VWAP from the first day of trading is a nice area of support. So if you're thinking about swing trading this, well, risk is clearly defined right about here. Maybe a little bit more liberal depending on your risk tolerance, but that's right at 1166. So about a point on a swing trade in phase. And we all know what some of these IPOs can do. May sit here and meander around for months, might come up here and pop a new high and off to the races. So that's always a great indicator to use. Anchor the VWAP to the first day of trading. Same thing for VRAX. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Get the anchor, knock it down here. All right. Yesterday, a little doji. Boom. Looks like an upside down doji today, but look at that level right there. So if we were thinking about swing trading VRAX, I'd kind of have to look back down to this little smiley face area right here and say, okay, 15, a little bit below 15, maybe a 2-point risk if I wanted to get in there and swing trade VRAX. Can I look at ENPH? Sure. All right, what do we got here on the daily? And we're above these levels. We topped out right here, back from that high around November of last year. So, I mean, this area right here could become the new home for a while. You know, resistance, 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 no longer resistance, right? So, hey, could make another bold move and get above this level, right? Or it could go sideways in here for a while. That's what I would expect. On the other hand, if big buyers come in tomorrow, we get a close above this area, well, then this could be the new home. I'd be very surprised if it just skips this area altogether and, tries to live up here, but anything's possible. Let's see what the weekly says. Here we are looking at the weekly. Pretty much same song, same dance. Well, that definitely looks like a SPAC. It's funny how you can just look at the chart and go, SPAC. Actually a biotech company.
Hello, Jamie.
Barry,
I'm
hello.
here. You want to answer Rajiv's question, or do you want me to?
Where I don't see it.
He says Trade Idea Scanners doesn't care about news. Is that right?
Now, I'm just curious as to where the question is, though. Oh, it just popped
Um,
in.
oh, I
Well,
see. I've
I
seen it
see
for a while.
Raj talking about BGFY, but somehow I missed the news comment.
That's after I see it. I see it.
That's weird. I see Iris talking about EMPH, and then the next one from Raj is BGFY.
Right between irises and Aisha's got a Tiva thought. And I do see Rajiv says the BGY or BGFY, but right above it.
I'm looking at
But
my chat panel, and it's not there for some reason.
you know what I'm going to do, Jamie? I'm just going to show you just to make sure you know I'm not crazy. Now you can see my screen, right? And can you see it?
Hold on.
I'm right underneath where Iris is. Can you look at ENPH? It says
You know why? I'm looking at the popped out from YouTube, which typically has everything, but now I'm looking at the StreamYard chat. It's in the StreamYard chat, but it's not in the YouTube chat.
Okay. I have them both up, so I just do. Anyway, you want to answer them?
About news?
Yeah.
Well, let me read the question again one more time. Doesn't care about news. Well, it's not that we don't care about it. We've got news right down here in the single stock window, right? So we do have a news tab. If you want to go get news from any any headline that's there for a stock, you can access the news here. Um, Now we don't have any audible news like a Squawk Box or anything like that, but this would be where you can get news for any relative stock. Fair enough?
Yeah, I think what he also means is, do we filter on news? In other words, would a stock maybe pop up because there is news or something like that? And of course, we don't do that
Correct. Well said.
because news. I mean, news is. I mean, how do you evaluate news really? I mean, yeah, if it's an earnings play, maybe there's just so many little news releases for a company. How do you evaluate which one is going to be the one? So
Well, the way you evaluate whether news is going to be positive or negative is you flip a coin.
exactly. Actually, I was waiting for something more profound, but that's what I was thinking. Where is Jamie going with this? Because you're right.
Yeah, well, I
It's
mean, come
about a
on. I
coin flip.
mean, and I could tell you stories going back 30 years. News comes out that looks, you're like, there's no way this could not be positive, only to see a stock tank
Yeah,
on what you thought was positive news and vice versa. Negative news, stock goes up.
exactly.
So now there's typically the guarantee is there's going to be action around a news driven play, but it's just like going, okay, I'm going to take random gaps and play a continuation. Well, once again, flip a coin, you know, and you probably have slightly worse odds than 50-50. But anyway, we
Take
could
a look
talk.
at Sava. Take a look at Sava today, Jamie. Okay, SAVA as an example. Horrible, horrible, horrible news.
Yes.
Criminal investigation starting. Okay, so
Hmm.
you would think, and that actually came in one of my scans, a 10-day daily breakdown. You would think, okay, well, this is just going to continue down. It's at $10 in the pre-market. Look at the $6 pop. So, if you could drive yourself crazy, so well, why is anybody buying this based on that news? You could drive yourself absolutely crazy.
Hey, here's the funny part, Barry. I bought it at 1488 shortly after the open today and didn't even know there was news on it. Well, all because it was a
Yeah,
race stock. I'm like,
yeah,
gap down, but oh well, I mean, I'm not gonna, risk parameters in place. Yeah,
right.
whatever. But yeah, classic example.
Yeah. Anyway, Jamie, you want to take off now? It's 1 o'clock. Thanks for showing up a little bit early. I was having a little headset issue, but it's all good
No
now.
problemo. Okay, everybody. Bye. We'll see you guys next time. And Barry, have a great rest of the day.
You too, Jamie.
Bye bye.
Okay, let me get my music rolling again. Okay, everybody, I'm back in both streams. Just talking to Jamie. Now, in fact, we were talking about Sava. I was talking to Jamie about Sava, but I did short Sava. While I was on my break, I was talking about seeing how well it would hold underneath that 17 level. It, popped around that 17 level for a bit, and then I decided to take the short. I got in around 1689, and I'm out of it now. I mean, it got all the way down to what it was, 1623. I'd love to say I covered everything down there, but not a bad little play. Not a bad little one on that 17 break. But what I really wanted to talk about was the Leafly, the LFLY. And, I've said this many, many times about the races, the racing scan. Out of nowhere, some stock can pop in that we haven't seen all day. And that's exactly, I mean, again, I was on my break at 12:25, but, a break for me is not going out for a walk or anything like that. It's just a break from the mic typically. Okay. So here I am sitting at my computer and I see LFLY starting to move. And I think, wow, look at this. And so, and out of consolidation, in my opinion, what is that? A little bit of consolidation. So I took a little. Now I got really lucky because it got halted. And you know what? It could have got halted and it could have come right back down. And now it's giving it up. Don't get me wrong. This is not like something you're going to hold on all day. But just a classic example of what I've been saying is that out of nowhere, some stock that we haven't seen all day, all of a sudden pops in here. So yeah. Now, the other thing I've done, guys, is I decided to just run another race just to see what would happen if I took out the fact that the stocks had to be up 2%. So in other words, what I'm going to see stocks that are just up from the open, okay? Whether or not they're down for the day or up for the day. And I decided just to see what sort of alerts I would be getting. More than likely, I'm going to see very, very similar alerts. But remember, these ones are all based on the stock having to be at least up for the day. In other words, and up 2% from the open. This one, it doesn't matter. So in other words, we could see a stock here that is crawling off the bottom that's still, really negative, but changing from the open in a big way. So I thought I would just run them parallel And all you have to do that is just take if you're using this one, the biggest gainers from the open, just duplicate it. Okay, just duplicate it and just get rid of, right click, configure, go to the summary, and just get rid of, it says where the stocks are up, just get rid of it. Okay, delete it. And then all we're looking for now are stocks between 1 and 50 and with at least 200,000 shares. I just want to see, I just want to see what happens. See if I get any, one that is really crawling off the bottom. Yeah, not chartable for me. The Interactive Brokers, L fly. Okay, guys, so at this point, I am at nothing right now. Just going to bide my time and really kind of wait to see if anything else comes into this window, into the race scan. So for instance, here, well, you can't see it. No, you can see it now. But you see FXLV is showing up here. It's down huge for the day, huge. But it was showing up as winning a race, coming off the bottom, but it was still down huge for the day. This was, I know that was one of your bounce plays, Zach, and as unfortunately, I have a limit of $2 on here, so I did not see it at all on your bounce play. All right, we are getting closer and closer to the fireworks that will happen around 2 o'clock. About 55 minutes before FOMC. So is Citron doing short plays again, Zach? After they vowed they never do it again after GME? Speaking of GME, still nothing. Now, why I have an alert here, this is where it was before the 1-for-4 reverse split. That would be the equivalent, around $39. So since the reverse split, I'm sure many of the Reddit crew thought, man, everybody's going to pile into this. It's cheaper, etc. That's not what happened yet. It is not what has happened yet anyway. Whoa. Yeah, that was an awesome one if you had that one. The VAX on the short. Forward split. I'm sorry, not a reverse split, forward split, yes. Where's Pepe? Pepe, are you in the room? Okay, you have to help me here, Pepe. You don't have to, I'm just kidding, of course, but let me just bring this up. Here's my price alerts window, okay? I have 2 of them. And up until yesterday, I was able to minimize this. And when I got an alert, it would pop up on my screen. It's just not doing that now. How come? I like to demonstrate this all day because I'm trying to, well, I've not done a good job today of explaining the use of the price alerts window with the racing. But I wanted to have this one, and it's just a duplicate, as you know, can't make it any different. But up until yesterday, I could minimize this, and when a target was hit, price was hit, it would pop up on my screen. So let's just, I'll show you. So I'll minimize this, and it would pop up right on the screen. Let's do a I'm going to get a price alert going here. It's just weird. Okay. So you see how this popped up? You see how these, not popped up, but you see them right there as it's supposed to be. But where is it? Why is it not popping up on my screen? And here they are, but it's not popping up on my screen. Now I'm wondering if it's this development version I'm on. And I haven't done anything differently. Let's see. Yeah, that's a good point. See if anything works. Any of the pop-up works. So that one worked. So the pop-up works, but now it's almost as if you already have one price alert window up and running, and you want to have another one. The pop-up won't work for the second one for some reason. There it is, but it did not pop up on my screen as you can see. And I've reloaded it a few times from scratch just to see if that was, some kind of a corrupted window, but no. I mean, it's not a big deal, but I'm just wondering why. I wonder why that would happen. Well, but it was working before. I started having this one up and running this week. Okay, Monday. What are we now? Wednesday, yeah. So I had this one up and running from Monday on, but I wanted to have that second window so it would pop up on my screen. So I, really wouldn't. Well, to demonstrate the fact that it can do that, and it worked fine on Monday. It was just yesterday and today not working. Look left there. You can't even rename them. Yeah, there's only one price. I've asked for that actually. I thought, oh, I'll ask for that a long time ago. Maybe have one price alert window named swing alerts as an example. But there's no way to. They're all the same. I could load as many price alert windows as I want, and they would all look exactly the same. Anyway, just kind of weird. Yeah, I don't think you. Well, I guess I could try. I never thought of that. Let me try the other one because it's never been an issue. But let me just try that. Let me just save this. Yeah, it still doesn't do it. I mean, it still gives it the old name, and it still. Anyway, I'll ask our development guys. It might be because of the build I'm on. But I don't know. I really don't know. Not a big deal. Hey guys, guess what's not over? PGY making its move again. A $3 move. I'm still holding out, believe it or not, for that 25 break. So I know we can use the races in sort of a pullback mode. I just haven't seen though. That's a huge pullback. I mean, it may start running again. I mean, you can see what's happening. Why it's at the top of the leaderboard. It's a 10% move from down here, but it's just haven't seen the big continuation today. Well, not in the Sava anymore, but boy, it still looks kind of weak. Excuse me, 1577. Yeah, got down to what, 1592? That was nice. Give me a moment, guys. I got to find my robot again. Just a minute. Yeah, so I mean, another one. I mean, just did not hold ALLR. I actually was thinking about this one because when I looked left, when I saw it right about here and I looked left, I thought, okay, it's got some room to the 184 mark. And what did it get up to? It got up to 159. But I'm just not that happy with the way a lot of these are with no follow through whatsoever. I mean, they don't have to have giant green candles one after another, but just not, get out of here, you box. Okay, just give me a moment. The box disappear. Just not giant red candles down. I mean, little pause, little pullback perhaps. So these are, those are big percentage moves. You go from $1.60 down to $1.29. That's a big percentage move. All right, a firm showing up on your top list in your topping tail, 24.93. Let's see if that's it for it. A lot of volume came in though. A lot of volume came into AFRM. The high yesterday was 24.95. What did it get to? Got up to 25.15. So it actually popped above. Now I know you guys know, I know William and Zach and anybody else with the topping plays, you see that one, 24.93. Is that it? It got up to 25.15. And that is the AFRM. Really? They are looking at, well, I don't see V because it's way outside the price range I trade. So I never would have seen V or MasterCard. Yeah, it's just way outside the price range. So they're doing this again, right? Taking on the credit card companies for the interest rates they charge. And I guess what that helps a firm. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put an alert for LFLY just above 8. Okay, I know that might sound crazy, but let's see if it gets above 8 on some volume. And because all traders are going to look at is this almost 11 high up here and see if it can get, anywhere close. May not happen, probably won't happen, but I shouldn't say probably won't happen. I don't know if it's going to happen, but all I know is that I don't have to worry about it because I now have the price alerts. So again, great way, use the price alerts in conjunction with the races. You see something that, in this top 10 list, and maybe it's doing nothing right now, GGE, maybe it's doing absolutely nothing right now, just using this as an example. But if you looked at it and thought, you know what, I wouldn't mind taking it or know about it if it hit 260, and as an example, just create the price alert and then move on. Just move on. All right. Yeah, CMRA, yeah, pretty choppy. Got up to what, 350, back down to 3. Trying to move again. Some volume coming in though. Yeah, at least you can see some volume coming in on the 5-minute chart. But I am out of everything right now. I'm just kind of biding my time. I'll only take a trade if I see something kind of brand new showing up in this racing scan. DAC volume. You wish. So there's no option SS, it just happens. So if you don't have it when a stock is halted, there's no option. I don't think so anyway. I think it's just automatic. Properties. Yeah, so it must mean that you're on a version of Trade Ideas that doesn't have that, okay? You have to, if you go to our homepage, download the latest version, okay? The beta, the 0.96, because it's not an option, it just happens. And the question is from our YouTube room, how did we see that a stock was halted? You know, with the halt on right on the chart. You got the beta? Um, okay, what stock? How do you know that it didn't show up? What stock? There's nothing halted right now, so I can't demonstrate it, but everything in my halts resumes would have shown up with a halt in all the time frames. We'll have to wait for another one then and you know something else to get halted. And we'll have to see if it did not show up. Because it's not an option. Gotta make sure of that. Check the properties. No, there's no option for it. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, you're right. There is nothing on halt right now. Okay, there's nothing. The last halt that I have was at 1250 for an FXLV. Okay, what stock? Give me the symbol. Because you know, once it resumes, it should disappear. Give me a symbol that you're saying it's showing up. And I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Well, yeah, but you understand the halt will disappear because it resumed SS. That's the whole idea of it. So does that answer your question? I mean, I shouldn't say obviously, but I mean, if a stock's halted, you'll see it, but the minute it resumes, the halt will disappear. Price alerts defaulted the first price alert window that was opened. I tested with several. If you close the first one open, then it will default the next one. It's interesting because I don't. Well, okay, SS. Maybe you're not understanding. It can't show on your chart now, FL, LFLY, because it's not halted anymore. If you're saying it didn't show up on your chart when it was halted, that's a different issue. It's not going to show up now. It's only going to show up when the stock is halted. But maybe I'm misunderstanding. Yeah, but okay, you're saying it didn't, then I have no idea why. I mean, you have to click on, let's wait for the next one, okay? Hopefully there's another one. And let's see if it happens for you again, okay? I can't help you right now. I have no idea why it wouldn't have shown up. You're saying it didn't show up even though it was halted, but have to wait for the next one, okay? Thank you for that, Pepe. I'll experiment a little bit. I don't know why on Monday though. I think I understand, but yeah, nice on the CMRA. Wow, that really took off on that 340 right here. Nicely done. Half an hour, guys, to the big show. I'll put that big SPY 1 minute chart up, and we'll have some fun watching that. Maybe, I can't remember when I downloaded the latest build. I don't think there was one between Monday and Tuesday, but there might have been one. So this is the monkeypox, right? CMRA, and it's really running. I mean, it is running. This is the interesting one that the big day for the monkeypoxers was 2 days ago with the GovX and the TNXP and all that, and this did nothing. This is monkeypox, right? I got to make sure I'm not talking. Excuse me. CMRA is monkeypox, right? Or is it? Am I mixing it up with something else? Okay, guys. Well, listen. Leafly is starting to come back a little bit. It is starting to come back a little bit, and but I'm holding out for an 8 break. PGY, guys. PGY over 13. 23 again. It's like it's still not really moving. Well, guys, LFLY, Leafly, is getting interesting. Takes out 8. It could have another little run in it. All right, guys, let's see what happens here. The spread sort of widened here. Just waiting to see how well this holds 8 before I dive into it. Now notice how it was holding that 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart. Yes, I know. Actually, this should be very, I know I'm using pre and post. This should not really make any difference because it had no action in the pre-market at all. So this should be very, very similar. So it's holding that it held the 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart. Okay, holding 8, holding 8, holding 8. Yeah. All right, guys, I'm out for no gain. I'm not liking I wanted it to explode through 8, so I'm out for no game on the Leafly. I'll put an alert up here at around 8:20, 8:19 or so. See if it takes it out again. I just don't have the faith that these ones are going to move on these pullbacks. I could be completely wrong. All right, guys. So for instance, look at the Sava right there. You see how it's winning a race? Okay, it would never show up here. It would never show up here. Why? Because everything here is up from the close. Okay, it has to be up from the close. Here, it doesn't matter. So look at Sava. It's exploded on volume. You don't have to do this, but I'm just going to run them. I want to see. Especially the ones from. I don't know how I could do it. PGY guys, I have an alert set here, PGY. Okay, I'm making a change to this. Give me a moment, guys. I'm going to make a change here. This other one. Okay, so I've made a little change here. So what I've done now is I've taken a top list. I want the stocks to be below the close of yesterday, but moving up. That's what I want. So let's see what happens. Oh, how ugly was that, guys? I mean, really, I was surprised it moved as well as it did, the Leafly. But when it took out 8 and it didn't explode, I thought, you know what? Get out of it. Those are symbols that I've hearted, okay, SS. It's a watch list, yes. It's symbols that I have hearted. In other words, I clicked on a heart, and so I add those symbols. Last night, unfortunately, I didn't have time to really do a reevaluation of them, so I'll have to do that tonight. I'll be honest, I'm not looking at it though. This is all I'm looking at, the biggest gainers from the open. They'll change every day. Yeah, it's a watch list that'll change every day. I mean, you'll see some similar symbols, but it will change every day. If you looked at, so you will see some similar symbols from day to day, but there could be some added, some subtracted. All right, guys. So 18 minutes for the FOMC. All right. Yeah, I see SOND. It's at the top of the leaderboard, but it's only 0.93%. Now I remember why I didn't like the races at all when they first came out, because I was seeing this sort of stuff. Yeah, big deal. Something's, up 0.93%, 0.75%, big deal. I can't even remember the top list that I was running it on. But it all changed once I started running it on the gainers from the open. Now, you're still going to see things like this, but now we'll also see those ones that are moving 5%, 10%. Look at SNPX now. What is this one doing? Big day for it. I don't think I've seen this one before today. Why? Because it's now just making 211,000 shares. Remember, my minimum is 200,000 shares, so that's why I would not have seen SNPX until right now in the races. But again, look left. Next high I see is 674, and then I see 7. So I mean, to me, there's just not enough room for it to keep moving until it hits that next high. So I don't take the trade. Now, it doesn't mean it's not going to just blast right through. We've seen this time and again. Something blasts through maybe a moving average that I think could stall it, or looking left, I see a high that I think could stall it, or an area, not just one day necessarily, but an area. And sometimes they just do it. One of the things is it's a low float, 4.6 million in the float. So if enough buying keeps coming in, it could just destroy this area. But I just have to stick to my plan. Yeah, so to answer your question, the best, the best WL is a watch list. It's a symbol list that changes every day. Yes, not a whole scale change necessarily, but definitely there could be symbols added and subtracted from that. I don't know. It says it's our provider. That's what they have for the float. I can't answer that. It's just what our provider has. I know. Aha, okay. BTRS, BTRS SS. Pull it up. It's halted. Okay. It just got halted. So if you have the Halts Resume scanner, click on BTRS. Okay. BTRS just got halted. Tell me if you see the halt. If you don't, then I'm going to have to send you to tech support. Okay. Yeah. But is it on yours also? You said you could, it wasn't showing up on yours. It always was showing up on mine. I'm just wondering, did it show up on yours? Is it showing up on yours now? Okay, how big is your chart? Okay, how big is your chart? Because for instance, oh, well, that's the reason probably, because if I have a small chart like this, okay, I can see a little H, it's always going to show, but I guess if I had even a smaller chart, maybe it wouldn't show that H even. But you can see when I shrink this chart down, I'm not seeing the whole halted. So it may depend on the size of your chart. Meanwhile, let's talk about BTRS. All right, well, I can't help you. You're going to have to go to, if you have, because it's not an option. It should just show up. Okay, it's not an option. It just shows up. Make sure of that before I properties, show halts resumes. I don't see that anywhere. Okay, so it's not an option. Nowhere there. No, well, he says he's on the latest version. Oh, halts are still not showing? You mean it's only my development version? Okay, well, that's the reason, I guess. Sorry. I could have, it's been out for so long. Thank you, Pepe. Okay. That's the reason. I guess I'm on a development version. I'm just surprised that it hasn't made it to that, to your 0.96. Okay, sorry about that. I thought it had. I do apologize. I can't, it's hard for me to, I don't understand, to me, it's not that big a deal to have added it in the last version, but evidently it is. Because I've had this for, I don't know, a couple of months, I think. So let's see where this could be opening. Boy, if you got in before this, you are going to be probably pretty darn happy. Got halted at 147.11. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll be 152.11, which is about 30 odd seconds from now. Okay. And the projected open around 712, 717-ish. That can change, of course. So if you were lucky enough to get in this before it got halted, now, because this is not written in stone, what's going to happen here, but 11 seconds. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'd be 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we are. So there's your open. Nice. Okay, so be careful if you got in this before the halt. Something weird is happening here. I got the right stock up. Yeah, okay. So yeah, so that got halted and I might not have had the right stock up. 595, it topped at up to 620, it wasn't at 7. So anyway, let's see now. Here's the only way I play halts and resumes. The only way. It's holding the halt price of 595. I want to see how well it holds that halt price. And there is the news, yeah, looking to maybe sell themselves. There's 6. The next high on the weekly chart is 716. But it is super risky to do this. There you go. Yeah, GovX, guys, over 2 again. GovX over 2 again. You're right here. Still has to now contend with that 200-day moving average again. All right, so some advanced bets being put in on the SPY right now. SPY is showing a little bit of a green candle ahead of FOMC. So I'll be putting up a big SPY 1-minute chart and watch the fireworks. We'll see probably a huge up, huge down, huge up and down. All right, guys, I'm going to get that big SPY chart up. Set it for 1 minute. And see what happens at 2 o'clock. All right, guys, I'm just getting involved in a intraday discussion at Trade Ideas. All right, BTRS trying to get over 6 again, but I'm not doing anything now. I'm going to just wait for this FOMC to come and go. A little over 2 minutes now, 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Yeah, it's just fun, Zach. Yeah, I mean, you see these SPY candles, the 1 minute. You know how fun it is. They go up, they go down, they go up. 1.5 minutes. Why? Why look left? Why remove the smart stop? All right, guys, we are now within 1 minute. All right, let's see what happens. Okay, we are now 20 seconds away, 20 seconds away. And again, remember, direction unknown in the first couple of minutes usually, even 5 minutes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. No, okay, now don't get all excited by this big green candle. Don't get all excited. So 75, okay, so not 100. I think if it had been 100, we would have seen a giant red candle for a while anyway. But look, there we go. I mean, it's fascinating, isn't it? Are there minutes at 2:30, guys? I don't know. Are there minutes at 2:30 also, or is this it today? All right, guys, we're really not. Again, we're into the second minute. Oh, so Powell is speaking at 2:30. Okay, so I should have meant that more oppressor. So there'll be some fireworks at 2:30 also, guys. Keep an eye on that SPY 15-minute chart. It really hasn't moved that much. Big topping tail, bottom tail, and it really hasn't moved that much yet. I like to run this for about 5 minutes, and then usually after 5 minutes, you kind of know the direction. Boy, I'm looking at the price of Leafly now. Wow, good, nice, nice short, Zach. I mean, I look where I bought it, and I look where I sold it. I made like pennies on it, and that was just complete instinct. And the fact that it did not really rip off that 8. Now, man, it's 645 now. Oh, All right, guys, so I think we can declare this positive for the market so far. Market reacting positive. I guess if they'd done 100, we would have seen a giant red candle down, but okay. I'm ready to call this. All right, so you see how this is, just because I added one race, it's sort of getting a little bit finicky here. Is there a way to scan for consolidation? Sort of. I mean, we do have consolidation alerts. So let me just show you. I've never used them. So, but if you right click and click on configure, and then you click on search and type in consolidation. Okay. So there is consolidation. There is a consolidation alert. You can check it out. If you use 10 being the highest quality, you'll probably not get any alerts because it probably has to so few. So you can try that out, or you can, try a 5-minute consolidation breakout at 10, 15, 30. Okay. There is that. And then there is also consolidation days. So if you're looking for something not including today, but say what we would call consolidation, say for the last 5 days, you probably see a flat line on the daily chart. So, I mean, there are ways. That sort of pattern recognition is not great, but you can try it. You can click on the position in consolidation, click on help. It'll define what it's looking for. The other thing you can do and maybe try is click on change. Oops. Okay, so for instance, here's change in 120 minutes, okay, as an example, both dollars and percent, or 60 minutes. So you could really limit that. In other words, you could say, okay, I want that change in 120 minutes to be like 1% or 0.5%, some minute number. That in theory will show you over 2 hours something that really hasn't moved very much. Okay. Again, all you can do is now you can either do it either based on percent or dollars, each one of these. Okay. And I have nothing that I can give to you because I don't use the consolidation at all, but you can certainly experiment and see what sort of alerts you're getting. Hey guys, I was wrong. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Aha. See, I should have waited the 5 minutes. I always know to wait the 5 minutes. In this case, I didn't. I think I waited 3 minutes. Now look at this. You're right, Dak. I saw that post. I thought, this time I won't have to wait. I can wait only 3 minutes. So there you go. Now remember, at 2:30, Powell will speak, and that'll affect the market also. Well, it's funny when I saw that third green candle and going higher and higher. I thought, I didn't think everything would just keep going higher. I did not anticipate this action, though. Okay, next time, wait the 5 minutes. Ija, I'm sorry. You asked a question a while ago about SNPX, I think. How many times? It only showed up the one time, and it didn't win the race, but it was showing up. It was this one, right? Yeah, the SNPX. It was showing up now. Didn't show up earlier because it didn't have 200,000 shares. Okay. So the first time I saw it here would have been when it had 211,000 shares. That's because I've got a minimum number of, I have a minimum volume in this of 200,000 shares. Oh, shoot, that was shortable. Yeah, for me too. Well, it's still at the price. VTNR, that's showing up in your top scan, topping tail scan, topping play scan, whatever you want to call it from Zach. Potential short. Now that looked like it was probably pretty quick too, the Vivo. Well, here's a hint, Mario. There are no experts. Even the ones that call themselves experts, they're wrong many, many times also. But thanks for pointing that out that you're no expert. Well, guys, I'm just sitting on my hands now. At 2:30 we'll probably have again more action. I have I don't want to do something and give back all the gains I've got today because I'm bored. I'm not bored at all, but I don't want to get into something if it's going to be affected by what the market's doing. Though most of these things aren't. All right, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Now look at the SPY and the 15-minute candle or chart. And that's why if you're trading something that kind of tracks the market, you're nuts to be trading right now because the market's going to whip around. All right. Well, Jose, I mean, the initial reaction to the FOMC, they didn't raise it by 100 basis points. It was the 75 that I think the market thought was going to happen, but I guess they're going, yay, so they bought the market, then they sold the market, now they're buying the market. But at 2:30, again, Powell will come out and speak, so I have to wait and see what he has to say. This BTRS is kind of holding here. I still have a price alert up in this area. Well, it's kind of holding here. All right, BITO. Somebody was saying Bitcoin didn't really move. Let me take a look at BITO. See if, that kind of moved higher. Did finally pop here. That's at 2 o'clock, right? Yeah. So I don't know if Bitcoin moved, but I'm assuming Bitcoin moved a bit. BBIO. I know you were. No, this did not show up. I'm trying to think why it didn't show up on maybe even one of these things. The volume's okay. It's up 2%. Maybe at the time it wasn't, but it's got a ton of room. Yeah, I mean, I love the room. 1205. Yeah, Cardero or Credo, I guess. Credo, another one. It did show up here. Yeah, another great day, man. No action in the pre-market at all, just straight up. Not an earnings play either. What sort of news is there? Just a semi. Yeah, it's with the vote. Well, okay, it does say, I mean, if this can be the shares of semis are trading higher in sympathy with Texas Instruments reported better than expected Q2 EPS, etc. Texas Instruments, are they still around? Yeah, are they ever? TXN, wow. Momentum picking up on the downside. I know that's what you mean, Dak. Yeah, momentum picking up. Just not shortable for us at Interactive Brokers. So look at these daily charts now. Look at yesterday, big topping tail. Got up to what? Got up to 2156. Closed here. I mean, that's a big, that's a pretty big drop. Closed here. Did the same thing. Got up to 25.27 this morning. And, in this might actually, well, I don't know if it's going to go negative. It'll have to drop another $3, but all right, guys, another 8 minutes before Powell speaks. See what he has to say. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute just for about a minute or so. I have a couple of things I want to do, so about a minute or so. Okay, I'm back. Okay, guys, not much happening now for me. I suppose we should keep watching the VTNR for maybe a potential short here. Looks like there's pretty good support around 1143. Let's see if it moves just a little bit higher. Lots of shares available at Interactive Brokers. How about the AMTD? How about the AMTD? Is it moving with HKD? Yes, it is, guys. So HKD on the move here again, craziness, and high is 70.98. But take a look at AMD as a cheaper play off it. AMTD. Now it's already pulled back quite a bit, but if you look at the HKD on the 22nd, you'll see sort of the same candle as AMTD, daily candle. All right, another 2.5 minutes before Pal starts to talk. So we've got some decent SPY action right now. Nice green candle on the SPY. Let's see what happens with VTNR. VTNR, if it keeps moving higher and a little bit and then it gets stuck at 12. Let's stick an alert up near 12, see if it gets stuck there. And maybe that'll give us an opportunity to short. To me, it looks like there's decent support, not that far away, 1165. So, at most, if it got up to 12 and you were shorting it just around there, to me, it looks like you'd be looking at 35 cents at most. Just looking at the, now if you look at a 15-minute chart, a little bit more, but look at the 5-minute chart. Looks like there's some pretty decent support around 1165. So, all depends on how much you want to make. And risk reward. So for argument's sake, let's say you took this short right now at 1190 and you put a stop at 12. So it's a dime. You have to have a reasonable expectation to make 20 cents. So if you took the short at 1190, you have to look down, and could it get down to 1160? Well, it's dicey. To me, that's dicey. Looking at a 5-minute chart. To me, it needs more room. Now, my math was a little off. It would have to, if you took it at 1190, it would have to get down to 1170, for a 1 for 2. I mean, you're right there. I mean, you see all that? Let me just show you what I'm talking about. It's 2:30. What's happening? Anything? Nothing yet. Look at a 5-minute chart here. Okay, so the way I see it, there looks like there's pretty decent support around 1170, okay? So if you took this trade right now on a short and you got in at 1190 and you put a 12 stop, a 10-cent stop, just, a whole number stop, that means you have to have a reasonable expectation. Now it's moving, have to have a reasonable expectation of it moving down here, because that is literally the 1 for 2, risking 10 cents to make 20. Is that going to, but you'd have to get it right down here to get that. So to me, it's just not worth it. Now, if all this were down here, down at, 1140 or something, yeah, okay. But that's how I look at it anyway. Now, that's assuming that that holds. Yeah, VTRS doesn't look like it. I don't think there are shorts available for me. Doesn't look like it's going to hold. There are shorts available. Tons of shorts available at Interactive Brokers. I didn't realize that. For some reason, I didn't think there'd be very many shorts. All right, short this and with about a 5-cent, 10-cent, about an 8-cent stop, see what happens. Because when I look down here, there's where it came from, 533, obviously enough room. So we'll see. Ooh, market's putting in a big red bar. Come on, drive this down then. So whatever he's saying, the market's not liking it. All right, guys, so as I'm waiting to see what happens with the BTRS, I'll go over a few things here before if I mute, typically at 3 o'clock. All right, so I put the test drive link in. If you click on the test drive link, let's see if it's up here. Yes, it is. If you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. So if you've ever wanted to try us out and you're looking for a free, something that's free, we don't have it. We don't have free trials, okay? But this is as close as you're going to get. So the test drive starts on August the 15th. It runs to the 29th. That is 10 trading days. That's when it starts. It cannot be varied. It'll cost you $11.11 for those 10 trading days. If you sign up today, you're pre-registering, okay? So you're not getting any live data until the 15th. So please don't harass our support people saying, hey, I just signed up. I don't have any data. What gives? Okay, please understand it doesn't start to the 15th. If you can't take advantage of the full 10 days, you'll get it, but if you still want to take part in the test drive, that's fine. Just understand you won't get 10 days. In other words, if you can only start on the 16th for some reason, you'll get 9 days. If you have to stop on the 28th, you'll get 9 days. You're not getting 10 days from whenever you start. This is when it is. All the support, etc., is set up for that. Okay. And you'll have our full premium service. You'll be able to do everything except for auto trading. No auto trading, okay? But of course, you'll have the races. You'll have access to the simulator and the races as long as you're using our downloadable application. If you're going to use the web-based version, unfortunately, Brokerage Plus and the races are not available. So hopefully you can use. You got a PC or something, you can use a PC, okay? Or If you're willing to use an emulator, you have a Mac, willing to use an emulator, something like that. But just so you know, when the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription, so don't worry about that. Okay, so that's the test drive. So you can sign up. Wow, look at this. Yeah. Now, whatever he's saying, they're loving it now. How funny. I mean, that was a red bar. And now whatever he's saying, market is loving it for a minute. Yeah, I'm just watching this BTRS. It's a little above where I shorted it. I'm just wanting to see if it has any reaction to the market. It shouldn't, but you never know. In case I'll just get out of it. Okay, let me proceed. My homepage has a lot of information on it. There you are. Okay, I put my homepage link in. This is what you'll see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now to Trade Ideas, here's a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha 15% off, first month only or the entire year. Start off with a monthly, guys. Do not take out an annual unless you absolutely know you want the product. I'll just give you an idea of how much it costs. So the annual premium, oops, let me get to here we go. Okay, so $2,000 a year for premium, $1,000 for standard, less the 15%. Okay, that's on the annual basis. Yeah, the money is up front, but you can always go monthly, $118, $228, less the 15%. Give me a moment here. Just a minute. Okay, standard is 118, premium is 228, less the 15% for the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. At any time you want to take on an annual, we will honor the 15%. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do this. Let's get started, okay? Take you about 30 minutes, 10 videos, starts off with a download and installation. I do a stock of the day video at noon. You can sign up for it here. It is free. Trade of the week, you can sign up for it here. This week's, I don't think it worked. I think I got stopped out. Wow, look at the SPY. Oh, 400, come on. But it is free. You can sign up for it right here. And if you sign up for it and you're not getting it, it should appear about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. If you're not getting it, please check your spam. If you have Gmail, maybe check your promotion filter or box, okay? All the education is here. Great user guide. You should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is, and you should really, take a look at this, the stock races. Really recommend it. After that, you can take a look at the other things we got in the guide, but nail down what an alert window is, a top list window is, and what the stock race is all about. Okay, daily support. So at 3:30, Chris will take over for me in the YouTube room. He apologized yesterday. He was tied up, so he couldn't do it. I anticipate that he'll be fine today. So when I shut down the main room at 3:30, you can head over to YouTube between 3:30 and 4:30 and listen to Chris. Daily webinars. There's not one today. There is one tomorrow. Next week, it's a Monday, Wednesday rotation. This week it was Tuesday, Thursday. You can sign up for them all here. And back to basics with Michael Voss. Okay, Michael Voss at Trade Ideas. He put this together. I think there are 36 little short videos. If you're new to trading, it's a great introduction. What is a stock? Okay. And my scans, here are my scans. You want my scans? You want my race mode? You want Zach's bouncers and toppers? You want the daily breakouts? They don't give very many alerts during the course of the day. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. So there is a lot of information on my homepage. Save my link. Then you can take a look at education, my scans. They're getting started anytime you want. This is a little bit hilarious. 399.69, 399.70. Can it hit 400? Well, I don't know what he said, but that was the reaction. Not really the 2 o'clock FOMC. That was the reaction, whatever he's saying. Did this say pop there or soda? Dak. I don't think they know what pop is. Yeah, go down there and ask for an O. Henry bar, even though it's named after Hank Aaron, who everybody, well, baseball at all, but many parts in the States have no idea what you're talking about. And we're getting a little off topic here, but I'm just kind of having a little fun as I start to shut down on my own end in terms of the mic. The 20 level is being nicely defended so far for PGY. I'm out of this, by the way, guys. I'm just out of it. The BTRS. Come on, hit 400. Here we go. Well, this one's had a couple of nice days. It doesn't trade very much. Only 335,000. This one meaning NTRB. Great day yesterday and a follow through today. Just doesn't trade very much. Hard to commit. 5 million in the float, but only 300,000 traded. That's only, not even normal. Boy, look at this drop for L-Fly. You still in this, Zach? I mean, this is just that's almost cut in half from the high. You know, it's just a number, guys. It's just a number like any other number in theory, 400. But it's 400. Uh, Little surge for surge, guys. SURG, little surge. What's the next high looking left? 650. You know, this Saba, I mean, I mean, I know I shorted this one, but boy, it has really rebounded pretty well. I mean, it's still down 20%. Aha, you knew this was going to happen. You knew this was going to happen. Cassava denies the claims over government probe, attacks the short sellers. They're saying, this is why, you know, guys, you get on the wrong side of one of these things. They're saying no government agency has informed us that it has found supporting evidence of research misconduct or any other wrongdoing, and for good reason. There is no supporting evidence for allegations of research misconduct. That is the CEO. Now, again, he might be lying through his teeth. I have no idea. But, you know, that came in, that was a Reuters report. Reuters, I mean, you know, it's not the National Enquirer, it is Reuters. So anyway, they pumped that out. Let's see, 1336 is the first I see it. 1336. So when did this big pop happen? There you go. So that definitely, I mean, look at the volume that came in. Okay. So that news hit my Interactive Brokers headlines right here. Yeah, but the way that was, I mean, that was like no doubt that they've opened a Let me just see it. See if I can find the original headline that I saw. I mean, that looks pretty damning. Justice Department opened criminal investigation into Cassava, Reuters says. Okay. Now, are you trying to tell me, William, that this could be, but they're not telling Cassava also? I mean, I don't know. I know enough about this stuff, but exactly. So somewhere in between lies the truth. But if, I mean, for Reuters to put that out, I mean, normally Reuters, wow, there we go, 400. I mean, I will call them a respectable news organization, been around for years and years and years. I don't, I don't, I don't consider them right, left, in between. I just think they mainly report the news. I may be completely naive, but it's just interesting that that it came from Reuters. Okay, guys, 2:53. So what I'm going to do now, just going to put the announcement up. I'm still here. I don't move. I'm just going to take a break from the mic. But if I have to get back on the mic, if somebody asks me a question, I'll certainly get on the mic and answer it. But okay. Okay, there you go. On mute. Main room open until 3:30. YouTube open until 4:30. All right, guys, just popping back in here, just looking at that simulated trade that I demonstrated, AEHR. So if I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, this becomes a swing trade. Yeah, I just read something about Twitter and Elon. Saying his lawyers are saying you're going to have a really tough time. Well, I guess right now, anyway, we're leaving 400 behind. Right now, that's a heck of a move. Yeah, I wish I just read something. I just don't. Oh, I know where I read it. Just a minute. Let me see if I can find it again. Yeah, I just can't find it. Yeah, anyway, it talked about his lawyer saying, man, you're going to have an uphill battle to win this one. There you go. Oh, I must have there. Okay, thank you. You posted that at 3:18. Okay. I actually read it in some little news feed I got. Yeah, so still a gamble though. It's old news now. It's 5 minutes ago. Yeah. Old news. Okay, guys, let's see, I think Chris is going to show up pretty soon. So what I'm going to do is just put the YouTube link in. Okay, so when Chris shows up in our YouTube room, you can head over there. He could be probably here in about 5 minutes. This will be a fun one to watch tomorrow, guys. Saba, definitely a fun one to watch. I mean, now it's looks like, well, still have half an hour to go or so, but I mean, it's closing near the high of the day, or it's at the high of the day after getting hammered down. My favorite one, Mike. Well, at the beginning of the day, it was PGY, sorry, PGY, at the beginning of the day. But very choppy all day. And what I found with a lot of the racers, now the other one that I was able to take advantage of while I was on my break was the L Fly. But another one, L Fly. But another one that did not. It's okay to not hold the high. I get it, but just to utterly collapse. So that was another one. Those those were two. Ah,
Ah,
is that you?
it is me.
Oh, sometimes I get that same noise when my headset is about to die. So a little I wasn't sure. That wait a minute, but it's Chris.
It is me. I figured you're ready to get out of here.
I am.
We'll make a screen swap. There you go.
Okay, we're just talking about Sava, so
What a day, huh?
yeah.
I mean,
Did you
I
read
know
all
we
the
say
news
this
about
over
it?
and over again, but it really is.
Did you read the news about it?
Oh, Sava, yeah, something they were lying about their Alzheimer's data or something.
So this has been ongoing. I mean, for several months now. But the Reuters article came out and said that that they were under criminal investigation. So that is what caused the huge drop. And then later came out at around 1:30, and you can see the volume spike at 1:30, saying that's a lot of BS. So
wow,
yeah,
so
no
Sava's
kidding.
firing back.
Interesting.
So
anyway, yeah, no kidding.
So I don't know if you saw in the marketing, one of the marketing threads, I posted some videos that I'm trying to highlight that little layout that I created with the races. And in it, I really go into why I think change from open is so much more important than change from close. And Sava really illustrating that whole purpose between, change from open versus change from close right there.
Exactly.
Isn't that
I
simple?
didn't see it, but I will look at it later. So,
They're
but
long,
I'll let you
so
go, or I'll let
don't feel
myself go
obligated.
now. I'll let myself go now. Have
Sounds
a nice
good,
hour,
Barry.
Chris, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Have a good one. All righty, everybody. So, exciting day. Mike, see what's happening. Just getting myself readjusted here, and I do apologize. Yesterday, I had to cancel last minute on you folks. I was stuck in a support chat with someone who was having an issue with Brokerage Plus, and I wanted to make sure that it wasn't a bug. And going over those support files is never very straightforward and easy for anyone. So, anyways, I knew by the time that I was going to get wrapped up with that, Barry wanted to be long gone. So, had to just do it that way. Raj, what's happening? No trades today, Mike C. All right. Can't blame you. FOMC day, and I think we got some other stuff coming out tomorrow. GDP gets reported tomorrow, I think. I don't know. You should probably know that, right? Let's see. I took a few trades today. I took ACHR. Grabbed that actually on this pullback here. And then when it started to have some trouble up here, I closed it right away. ALVR, I grabbed that when this candle opened above here, above the body of this candle, even though it's not really much of a body there. I took that trade rate right there. I got it actually on that tiny wick of a pullback, and ended up going on that real nice run. And I sold almost all of it in this first candle when it cracked over 6. And then when it made this pullback here, I said, I'm going to see what happens with 8 EMA. And we popped back over 6, but we couldn't take out the high of the day. When it started to pull back, it closed the rest of it right around 6, actually, when we couldn't take out high of the day. And then last but not least on my hit parade with CMRA, after it made this first move right here, I'd already told myself I wasn't going to trade anymore today. I'm done. But then when it was really held at 290 on this pullback right here, I said, I feel like I should be really looking at it. When I made the break above 3 again, I grabbed it and I sold it right away. Got in at like 301, sold right away when we made a move up to 320. And then that was really it for me today. So just some short, fast in and outs because I did not want to be hanging around too far into the day. Of course, nobody could expect this from the SPY. If I could type the SPY, that would probably work too. I certainly didn't see this coming. But again, that's why I don't get paid for my opinion. I get paid to react to charts. So absolutely monster move. I mean, absolutely monster move. And can we even call it an official FOMC day? We never took out the low of the day here. Technically, we're supposed to. It's not a real thing, but most of the time you see a low of the day and the high of the day made after an FOMC meeting like today. We did not see that. Work was on tap. Gotcha. So, and then I was doing some other stuff and I didn't, I saw this initial 15-minute candle and then I was doing some other work and I didn't have any charts up whatsoever for about 40 minutes, 45 minutes. And at 3 o'clock, I happened to come back to the software and saw we were over 400. And I thought it was an error. I did not think that was actually possible. So anyways, here we are. It's a big deal. We'll see what this GDP data has tomorrow and if this is going to be the largest rug pull of all time, or at least largest rug pull of my lifetime. I can't think of a bigger rug pull personally since I started trading. Or if we continue and the shorts are just going to get ever living squeezed out of, I don't know. We'll see. If anybody has questions, please make sure you're firing those away for me. Otherwise, we'll just do a little bit of going over some scanning and some charts. I, already went over what I did on the day here. There's a lot of other stuff I was looking at. Let's pull this up as all winners. And let's see, there's some other stuff that really jumped out at me, but never materialized. First off, let's, talk about PGY. The entire trading world looking at that and just obeyed this 815 really well right up until it didn't, right? But one could say that this candle and this candle were capitulation and signs of a top. And we couldn't break 25 two times, 2 15-minute candles in a row. That was really, really a big signal. Get out of that trade. Will it come back? I have no idea. I mean, it's come back quite a bit, bounce off this 20 level after that. So who knows? But I did not trade it today. But just want to, illustrate these things and that, it was coming through the race, often and early. And certainly a big deal to be looking at. SAVE, same thing, real early. Only one that, I don't know if it won other races or not throughout the day, but had this one winner here. And again, these are, the first races that come through the day. And that happened because of this gap up and a move up. Actually, I did that wrong. Gap up, slight wick up, then came down. I think it found trouble finding as a winner because other things started to really take it out. But if we had set a price alert on it and we were following it, really did have a nice move here for quite a while today. So again, just highlighting all of this here. Covered ALVR, GGE, I don't think really materialized into a whole lot. You did have this really nice move here and then a pullback, but that was a tough trader. The spread wasn't always great on it, especially for a $2 stock when all of a sudden you got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cent spreads on a $2 stock. Not ideal. But it's something if you were tracking with price alert, a little bit more meat on the bone afterwards. Nothing crazy though. Continue to scroll. And again, if anybody has questions, please make sure to put those in the chat panel for me here, right? I'm just want to go through a few of these that were on the scan today and to show why only paying attention to the winners or only paying attention to the live scan is not the way to do it. You got to really have eyes on both of these things using your price alerts. Scroll back down again. FFIE, here's another one. Now, this won a bunch of races today, right? And some beautiful moves on these 15-minute candles here, right? For finally saying ran out of steam. I want to highlight here, look left, look left, look left, look left. And why is that? Look at where we ran out of steam. The high from a couple of days ago, right? There's no way to predict that that's where it's going to do that. But if we're paying attention to pivot levels, that was a significant pivot level to be paying attention to. That's for sure. So again, catching the stuff real time. If you're not using the races at this point, I'll have to surmise you either have a really good set of scanning setups and you're making money that way, which is why change it. I'm a if it's not broken, don't fix it type of person. But I have to surmise that'd be the real reason why you're hung up on not using them. Other than that, really should be using them, I quite personally believe. Let's continue to look at some other stuff here. VRXA, what happened there? Anything interesting? No. I mean, what do you say about a stock like this? And this is why I'm going to bring over time and sales. Look at the spread that's going on. And it's been a spread like this all day long. And then look at this here. It's a nutty stock, but hasn't even made 2 million shares traded yet, right? And it's such a new issue and, just really hard. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people out there that legitimately made a lot of money, both long and short this. But you're up here and you crack 20 and you think to yourself, gee, we're gonna make this move now. And bang, look at that drop from 20 to 16. I mean, and that happened fast. Look at it on a 5-minute chart too. 20 to 18, just like that, or just over 18. And then in that next 5-minute candle, whoosh, all the way, washing people out probably. And then it goes back on to recover $2 afterwards. So that is a tough one. Those are the kind of ones I really highly recommend staying away from unless you've really got yourself, a nice risk management setup on those. All right, with that said, let's continue to look here. Again, we've hit some of these. BORR, I think that was making some moves. Yeah, it was a day before yesterday. So let's squash out this here. Let's go back a few days. And BORR made a nice move. We had a bounce in energy overall. Got flat yesterday. You just had this one quick move here. And, some people might have found that to be an actual move. It's continued to drift afterwards, right? So we look further into it, where we're saying, all right, again, looking left, can we clear that? Can we make a move? Is energy making a move again? I don't know. But, there it is. There's the data. Look at it for whatever it's worth. L-Fly. This was a strange one, right? I don't know if there's some news that must have come out. Steve said it's a weed stock, pot stock. Operates online. Yeah, cannabis products. Was there news for weed? I don't know. I didn't catch any if there was. I'm not really looking, but maybe just for whatever reason, 28 mil in the float's not exactly a large float. And for whatever reason, price action kind of propelled it to do what it did. And but what a huge move that makes right there. Huge move. Gave it all back up afterwards, but I mean, it wasn't like that move was uncatchable. And this won several races, so this was going on for a while on my races. Look left. Yes, I was calling your name. Look left. Calling your name and not calling it at the same time. CVNA, I don't think that did a whole lot. No. It was on some earlier races. Made a move, pull back. Made a move again. Oh, it's Carvana. Just goes to show you how often I pay attention to these things. Chart's a chart, it's a chart, right? I mean, very liquid stock, but not much here as far as relative volume goes. It was a grinder for a while, made a pullback to that 25 level, and then a grinder again. So definitely some action to be had there. Again, all in real time on those scans today. Sorry, just answering a message that came in to me here. Josh, what are you doing right now? Real, what are you doing right now? That's a move. Now, here's one of the other things for me, though. Everything's moving up, right? Everything's going to move up because the SPY is still doing this, right? There's a little pullback in it right now, but I mean, come on. I mean, even if this thing pulls back to 397, 398, that's a huge deal. I mean, a huge move up. So, you know, take that for what it's worth. EOSE. That was on my races a whole bunch during the day today. EOSE. I know it was on here. I just saw it. And I went to click it. The thing moved. It jumped all over on me. EOSE, where are you? No. I know you're in here somewhere. You cannot hide from me. Or maybe you can't hide from me because I'm blind, apparently. Well, it's got me really annoyed right now. I'm not going to lie. There it is, EOSE. So on races a whole bunch, winning some now. And some serious volume coming into it into the close here as well. So this isn't just based off of what the SPY has done, right? Really nice move. And that volume to accompany it. Yeah, good room all the way up to 3-ish, give or take. It's above the high from a couple of days ago as well. Yeah, I saw this earlier. I had price alerts for it. I never ended up taking it. I had a price alert at 230 and just couldn't get above that level and hold it. Here we are now. And again, nice liquid stock. 2 mil shares traded, basically. Big short float. Real big short float. But shorts have moved out a little bit too. So that's interesting. Very interesting. And again, just throwing it out there, folks. If anybody's got questions, please fire those questions away, right? We were up on viewers for a while. You're fading on me now. You can't blame anybody. It's probably been a long day for a lot of people. So Sava winning another race here. And volume's really coming into Sava. I think that's some surge with the warrants here. But SURG been on some races, a whole bunch today. So that's noteworthy right there. Volume again, big volume bar here. Biggest volume bar of the day now. What a washout it had earlier in the day too. Look at that washout and where it came down to. Again, for my efficient market hypothesis fans. PGY, pull up short but no shorts. No. Nope, not shortable at IB. Well, it doesn't have a red dot. They'll have to locate shorts for you at IB. So there's that. Okay, so with that said, some other stuff that was going on from my point of view today, TAN that had been really strong off the open. Like most things, it faded going into the Fed meeting and bang. So we talked about tan a bunch recently. It's a big level for it to get through. So take a further snapshot out on it. So we've got this kind of declining move right there. And that inclining move, symmetrical triangle-esque. We'll see what that equals. It was a long range that it broke down. So, we had this kind of range here for a while. Popped out of it, popped back in it. Popped out of it, and it's popped back in it again. So we'll see. One stock, two stocks actually, whenever tan is having a day that I like to trade, ARRY, I'm always giving a look. This had a move early, and it gave it up. And this is why, those head fakes early in the morning, man, you really got to be careful. Look at this. It looked like it was really ready to go. And you've got the opening volume bar, and then this is a bigger volume bar, and it's a green volume bar, and we're going, and then rug pull. Hardcore rug pull. Only to see it essentially fill the gap, a touch more, and reverse right off of that, right? So that's one that I do like to trade when tan is having a strong day. They seem to go hand in hand for whatever reason. Nice and liquid stock, generally speaking, as well. And then run is another one here. Very nice move for run today. Did not trade either one of them, but run is also a very liquid stock. So definitely some great stuff right there. I like Canadian Tire money. No, Peter, I haven't heard anything about Save. Nope. It was on a race today a couple of times. Save. Yeah, it was won a few races. No, I got nothing on Save. That'd be kind of one of those wait and see things. Right, and then I find paper trading doesn't pay the bills. No, paper trading definitely does not pay the bills at all. What was the trade of the week this week? BGVF? I don't think it's triggered. Or BFGV? I'm going to get it right. We'll type in it one of these times. Or BVG. Okay, I guess I'm going to have to look this one up. I still have my trade of the week email in here or not. I swear. Starts with a B. BGFV. There we go. So that was this week's trade of the week. Unfortunately, not looking quite as nice as the last few trades of the week. I guess that happens once in a while, though. Oh, of course, I'm slow to see that Dave puts it in there and Peter put it in there for me. That's what happens when you have multiple screens and you're looking all over the place. So, yeah, you know. I didn't actually read the email behind it, but let's see. So, I did it trigger. That's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. That would be Friday. So, I'm guessing it might have triggered, actually. So, this could be a loss for the good guys. We'll see. We got tomorrow and the next day. This did not get quite the love I would have liked to have seen from the Fed today. And continues that declining volume the last couple of days. So that's kind of a bummer. But we'll see. A couple of days to go. MCRB. Nice liquid stock, 2 times what it's normally doing. And a nice rounded bottom look there. Love to see it clear that. And then you're here and here. Yeah, that's if we get the market on our sides, and we already know that bios have been strong in general. Pharmaceutical and bio, they go pretty close hand in hand here. So, bit of a short float, not much, short growth is negative on it, as a matter of fact. That could be one that goes, yeah. Trying to break that downtrend as well. Interesting. Some of these bigger volume candles in here that ended that downtrend too. You wonder if someone's accumulating some shares of that right now. No way to, of course, really know, but definitely noteworthy, that's for sure. Walmart news affected it. Interesting. Interesting. Good old Walmart, always messing with us. And here's one I was looking at earlier. Came through the races. Oil and gas here. I mean, chart's kind of wrecked, but I started seeing it here. Made a nice move off of that now. I don't know that it really has much left in it or not. I'm going to have some trouble through this area for sure. Certainly interesting to note, though. Big short growth. Not a huge float, though, either. So, got to pay attention to that. Now, what did energy do? XLE. What did energy do? So energy liked whatever the Fed said, or did at this point. But still having trouble through this area right here after that sell-off. But we'll see. Nat gas, UNG. Nat gas, bit of a washout. So after yesterday's big gap up and just kind of faded for the day, it continued to fade and a nice bounce basically at that 29 level, but it rejected off of 30 again. So I don't know. I don't think nat gas has seen its top yet, to be honest. That's just my 2 cents. But again, I do not get paid for my opinion. Take a look at some of these movers coming to a close. Zeta, CRTO. Huge move. Look at this move. Not a lot of shares traded, but I mean, massive move on the day. BIST. Another beautiful one here. I guess that reported a couple days ago. Yep. There on the charts. Zeta moving to the top of the list. Could be. Gold, that's Brazil. No, or is that Mexico? Can't remember. That one's Brazil. More biosciences. So, well, we'll see. Going to be interesting for tomorrow. I'll tell you that much. Again, anybody with some questions, hit me up with those. Coming down to the wire, a couple minutes left here. All right, so we were looking at tan. We discussed that. Oil. Clean energy. That's interesting. Huh. Semiconductors are still trying that trend reversal that they've had. Cloud computing, I wouldn't count on anything from that right now. It's technology, so very similar chart to the semiconductors technology, very similar. Information from Vanguard, also very similar to technology and semiconductors. Software services, not quite the bounce that the rest have had. And of course, there's your Qs. Still a little bit miffed about the move after that FOMC meeting. Maybe I don't know, maybe was he talking dovish afterwards, I guess? It's the only thing that makes sense to me. Are we going to start cutting rates after the next one again? What else? You're all giving me the silent treatment. Well, that's not really true. Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned that, Peter. I was surprised Shop came up on the scanner too a little bit. I thought Shop would see some more pain today, but that was not the case. Not the case at all. Nice reversal on them, so good on them. You feel, I heard about they had a lot of layoffs yesterday, and I feel, you never feel good about someone getting laid off. So I think they gave, I don't know if all of them, but they gave a good severance package to quite a few people, if nothing else. So again, good on them trying to do the morally right thing while still being responsible to the company. But yeah, big reversal on that. I mean, almost $4 and almost 12%. You can't argue that. This was on the early races here. Hasn't popped back up again since. You got 11% from the open there. You got this here, almost 12%. 20. Yeah. Wow, what a huge move. That's a small float too. What a huge move from here to here out of nowhere. OIT. Huh. That thing ever did get going with that small float. I mean, oh my God. Yeah, 10% workforce reduction. Yeah, I knew it was a pretty hefty number. So like 1,000 people or something. That's a wicked bummer. SLCA making a move here. One of those funny stocks for me. Oh, I didn't realize the market closed. I saw SLC. I went to look at the time and sales, and I saw 11:55 and 12:34. I'm like, wait a minute, that's a ridiculous spread. But that's what happens when the market closes. Okay, sorry, just typing out some messages and responding. XLC, again, much like the Vanguard communication, not as nice looking. So this was Vanguard information, I'm sorry, and communication here. Back to the exploration of gas and oil. Now this looks much better than the XLE does to me. This is a much nicer look. But again, is that because natural gas? This is, natural gas is the reason that I was more of the reason I was bullish here on the XOP than the XLE for the last year plus. So there's a bigger picture look here, scrolling out. That was quite a drop. I mean, just wow. A hard-fought win to get to that level. I don't know. That looks a little bit interesting to me there. What are my VT? They're kind of some of my plays that I like to look at for natural gas. P10. P10 looks really good, actually. Got that level through there, and we really kind of defended that. That was a big breakout level, and we've now defended that level. I'm trying to move up. That I'm really, really interested in. P10, nice and liquid. They report earnings. They report earnings now, as a matter of fact, anytime now. Put that back on the like list just in case. I see. Dave, sorry, I missed that you put in NEO. Let's take a look at NEO. It's a bio, right? Yeah, genetics, diagnosis, testing. This was one of the first stocks I ever traded, actually. It was like in the first 5 stocks I think I ever traded. Nice washout here and a big reversal coming over this level. Yeah, man, that could move. I know it's got 118 in the float, but it's one of those stocks that, like, you look at these big candles, it can have these big days, both ways, big up, big down. But not a bad looking chart, holding this whole level in here. It's down and bounce, down and bounce. That's a good looking chart. Again, nothing wrong with looking at looking at things for longer term plays. There's just there's no way to predict any of this stuff. I'd like to see a bunch of people that predicted this. I mean, anybody could throw anything out there and say, "Oh, we're going to rip today," but for what reasons? But I don't know. Bear market over? I don't know. I'm skeptical that it's over. I want it to be over very badly. But all the same, all of a sudden, some of these charts that are setting up like that Neo chart, and all of a sudden we get the market on our side and we get a bounce, and that thing's got some interest and it's got a good setup. Those are the kind of things that, all of a sudden, when we're not selling off constantly like we've been doing all through here, and you get a ripper for 2 or 3 days, those are the things that really make a month. NEOP on the OTC. Okay. Yeah. So, all right. Interesting stuff there. Let's continue to move on down the chain. Software, we already discussed software. Look good. Oil. It's not really anything. Gold caught a bid today for a hot minute, right? I think it's still kind of junky, but I mean, pretty significant move in gold, I guess. Gotta love when this after hours nonsense happens like that. I wouldn't, I just can't get excited about precious metals personally. There's your silver junior miners, and looked at the junior gold miners. Talked about USO already. Silver, same thing. Silver mine, no, I mean, just nothing. Drive looks like garbage. Metals and mining, I mean, maybe, a little bit of a trend reversal. We'll see. Not confident in that one. JETS, Jets. 18 is going to be a chore on that one. Obviously, better ways to play. Travel space. Lithium stocks coming through a little bit here last couple of days. So there's the, that's going to be a basket of lithium stocks for battery tech, and LTHM is one of my personal favorites to trade. And had this gap up yesterday, almost gapped and trapped me yesterday, to be honest. It's one of those stocks when I see it like really moving, I get excited because I know it can rip. Then came back and got flat on us here. Like got flat and kind of defended this level in here, and then was just a steady mover all day, even into the FOMC meeting, and then got a nice pop because of it. So, another one to play on that LAC. Here's another one. Now that doesn't look as nice today as LTHM did, but all the same, certainly very, very, very noteworthy. The lithium space, MetaMIS, META. The stock just can't get out of its own way. Look here in the post-market charting. Wow. Easy come, easy go. And right back up the line. Let's see if there's any headlines worth noting here through IB. Susan Lee to be promoted and serve as Meta's chief find officer. What the most ridiculous headline of all time. Chief find officer. Oh, okay. Sorry. In the tiny text that I was seeing, this it's financial officer, but this looked like a D here when I was looking at it in the like itty bitty tiny letters on my laptop screen. So that makes more sense. Interesting. So that has nothing to do with their earnings, but still noteworthy data. Let's bring over their active users. And again, all this is just from IB. I don't have any special news service. It's just regular IB stuff. Daily active users almost 2 billion. Anything else from Meta? So here's just your overall stuff. Sees third quarter total revenue to here versus 30 expected. All right, so well, there's Meta. There you have it, sports fans. Ford moving in the after hours, I'm told. Wow. Now, Ford was one of those ones that really went on a run here for a while. Beautiful move. And just, I mean, talk about a downtrend afterwards. It's broken that downtrend. We'll see. All right, what else? Let's keep going. Silver, we kind of talked about that. Retail. Retail is trash. Like, holy cow, trash. Bios, again, trying to hold up. They're in this range now, Steels, the steelies. No, that doesn't look very nice to me. Of course, I mean, this thing could V-bounce, I guess, but I think we need to look at the SPY. There's more energy. This about the same as the XLE. This might look a smidge better than the XLE. There's the XLE. Yeah, I mean almost identical. IWM. We haven't looked at the IWM in a lot. So yeah, IWM, that looks terrible still. I say these things. That's it'll reverse at some point. Is it in the reversal? I don't know. It just it doesn't look great to me. That's all. Your banking here. It's a pretty hefty bounce. Gotta give it its due there. Is it tired? I don't know. China trying to hold in here. Trying to hold in. Get rid of this. Like the post market look there. Trying to hold in there. Still, it feels heavy to me. It feels very heavy. China. Home builders. Not a big fan of the home builders right now. Your equally weighted S&P. Big deal. Really big deal with the price action today. Medical devices. Got a bit of a trend change going on here. We'll see. We'll see if that lasts. Your regional banks. One way to play regional banks. That looks terrible. Transportation looks terrible. Mid-cap trust. Bit of a trend change. Much bigger believer in this than the IWM. Still not crazy about it though. That's going to be a big deal, that level. That gap is going to be a big deal. Emerging markets. God awful. This is more of a regional banking play here. You know, again, same idea. Does it look tired? Is it going to curl? Or is it going to push? Hard telling, not knowing. All right, what else? I'm obviously boring everybody to death at this point. Take a look at my evening scan here. Shrink this down a bit. So Teva had itself a day, big time, and those earnings from yesterday were a mute. This thing could really move for having $1 billion in the float. Mara, you're tied to Bitcoin with this, so you just be careful. I mentioned the other day I took a bath on this one. That really sucked. Interesting here. It's a big move off of that. BLDZ, Bank of Montreal. Big move for, I'm guessing, a large float, this one here. Again, Riot, you're back into Bitcoin. You're at the mercy of Bitcoin. NEXT, I was watching this today. Opted for other plays, but a solid move here. And talk about natural gas and price of natural gas and all that. And this might have to play catch up now. We'll see. That's big through there, that $8 level. NEX, I believe, as well. Natural gas, yeah. This one I was also watching today. So these might be, if natural gas continues what it's doing, NEXT and NEX might be a couple of plays you want to keep an eye on. Different way to play energy than playing energy with oil tied into it. Bull technology, it's kind of nonsense. Bull pro shares, QQQ, CRTO. Talked about this earlier, big move here. Uranium. I think some German energy minister or something came out and said, we're going to have to look at nuclear. So I think that's why nuclear made the move that it made today. But, that's where you got to be careful. You're on headlines now. You're trading headlines. You're not trading the chart now. Navi. No idea what this is. I'm trying to make a breakout, though. I mean, look, at earnings and then breakaway gap. Consolidated the rest of the day. You're well off those lows. Something you want to put in the back pocket here, and you got almost 2 mil shares traded today as well. So nothing crazy there for me. Again, and you're also, I think there's like something in the Senate or the House or whatever about semiconductors and all the money they're going to throw at it. So again, you want to be careful in headlines. Back to nuclear. Again, you're going to be at the mercy of headlines. Reported earnings this morning. We'll see. I mean, this thing can move, right? So remember, you're trading charts and headlines with this, but up above that level, that's a big deal. Next thing you know, you could be here real fast. Definitely some viable ideas in here. Again, you're going to be at the mercy of GDP numbers tomorrow and a whole bunch of other stuff. So just be careful, that's all. Again, SLCA. It's industrials. Are we building? Are we not building? Interesting. BULZ is FANG stocks times 3. XP, Windows XP, right? Was that everybody's favorite? I have no idea. I can't remember. Or did we all hate Windows XP? I can't remember which one that was. Pretty good size move here. It's hugging that 8 EMA all day long on a 15-minute chart. But, I'd like to see it. I got to clear that. But this thing, if it does, just like that, we're up here, right? 3 million shares traded today. And that's now the third Brazilian stock that we've noticed today on scanning, right? So there's also gold. Right? Brazil started the year pretty hot. There's gold, and so the third Brazilian stock I saw today, but I can't remember the ticker symbol for the other one. It's something to do with like computing services. Let's see if it was on this list really quick. Yes. See if I get it to come up here. No. PL. I can't remember it. There's another Brazilian stock that can really boogie. Oh, okay, there you go. Considering 50 billion for chip makers. I mean, I remember when 50 billion was a lot of money. They just throw around the B word now like it's nothing. More energy here. I think they got a lot of natural gas going on with TALO, so this might be something to keep an eye on here. This might be something for you, Mike C. I can't get you in nothing. You know better, but definitely interesting right there. Again, liquid. Nah. There we go. That's a big deal. I feel like we talked about this today. Did we? No. Probably another chart that looks the same. We talked about banks in general. So, big float. And then this, this was earnings. So let's see if it can sustain that after earnings. But, might be might be worth noting for someone. Again, energy here. Catching tailwinds. ALGM. Like semiconductor, yeah, semiconductor related. Microsystems, and it just always makes me think of semiconductors. Maybe, I don't know. Big time downtrend. It's just so hard for me to get excited when stocks are in downtrend. Start thinking about swing trading them. But, well, I don't know. Let's see. Maybe. Barries. Interesting. Not that liquid, but it's okay. Maybe it was at a bottom. Came back and tested this level. Another boost. Hang out here, and then maybe we're taking a shot up here towards 30 plus. Doesn't seem unreasonable. Medical laboratories, though, so we can wake up, this thing could be at 0 the next day. Just know your risk. BRSF, Brazil food stock. Yeah, BRSF. Interesting. Wait, did I type that right? BRFS. That did not look like a chart you would be talking about. Interesting. Big float. Big level to get through. Not a big mover, this stock. Just trying to see if I can find that stock that I was thinking of earlier. I don't remember what scan it came through, though. All I remember is it starts with a P. Yeah, Ford really big move here. Really big move now. Look at that. And continuing to go. We'll see what it's got on deck for us tomorrow. But for $4 billion essentially in the float, that's big time. So, all right, I think I'm going to wrap it up there for the day, folks. Big move today in the overall markets. Just watch yourself out there. That's all. Trade the plan the trade, then trade the plan. Best I can say. Anybody that knows me, I'll flip to an upside move as quickly as it's going to happen. So, and like I said, I much prefer bull markets to bear markets. That's for sure. But got GDP numbers coming in tomorrow, and we'll see. Maybe the GDP numbers don't come in so bad, and we rip face again tomorrow and really squash the shorts out of the market again. So we'll see. Thanks for popping in, everybody. Support at trade-ideas.com. If anybody needs anything in the after hours, you get us there through that email. Other than that, tomorrow you will get Steve at noon, me back here at 3:30 for Thirsty Thursday, Friday Junior, and we'll do it all over again. All right. Thanks for popping in, everybody. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for the comments, questions, and all the good stuff that we put into that chat. And we will catch you tomorrow. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.